Yeah, Luna.
Happy New Year's. All right, so apparently Isaias isn't going to make it, or maybe he'll call in from his phone, but I got my wife here. I dragged her in, so
Okay, that's not live.
you got us.
That was not.
There's a delay.
Yeah.
My wife, she has no idea what I do, by the way.
Yeah.
So well, I figured we'll spend like an hour at least just hanging out and do some work. I'll show her how to do some stuff with AutoHotkey, or people come in here and say howdy. I think Steve, my buddy, was going to join. Yeah, so nothing too exciting. We're just gonna hang out. Oh, we got a couple watching. Say hello in the chat if you're here. Let me know if you have some questions on AutoHotkey. I'm happy to talk to them. You want to get me a beer? You can have a beer.
Oh.
We'll do some drunk podcasting.
I already took advantage of outside. Beer.
Let me put up the link to the Zoom. My dogs are excited for the new year. You can tell. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. So let me update thing over my head. That. So if you want to join the Zoom room, you can go to the URL over my head. I'll put it in the chat here. Yeah, let me know if you know, and I'm just gonna start showing my wife how to do some basic stuff. I years ago helped her with some things. The problem is with her work computer, she can't she can't install anything, but I think we might be able to access a thumb drive and have an executable there, but yeah, there's just not a lot she can do with it that way. But yada yada yada. So how are y'all doing? Happy New Year's. Is it already? Oh, we got 4 watching now. Is it already New Year's? Where I know some people maybe are here from Europe, so it's already past New Year's. Send Steve a link. Yeah, if you have something you want us to work on, I'm happy to jump on it or talk technology. Actually, maybe the first thing we'll do is just do some more fun stuff with Chat GPT. So let me share my screen and we'll just start playing with Chat GPT. Actually, let me close. I got some privileged stuff here. Let me close it real quick before I share. That's fine. And share. There we go. So we'll bring over this. I even have a bookmark now on my homepage, Chat GPT. So what do you want to know? No pressure. Anything? Just think of something.
Drawing a complete blank. Oh my gosh.
So Chat GPT is a chat bot. There's other ones that are better for programming and this and that. This one is more of a interacting with it. But let's say build an AutoHotkey script to display a New Year's countdown. Nice. Hey, Scott. I don't know, Scott, if I don't know if you'll be available there. I put the link to the Zoom room in the chat earlier. Scott's a hero member. So if you want to join, you can just join right there. But yeah, so I like actually I'm gonna let's see here. So I'm gonna copy what you wrote and we'll just put it in there to start. I'm gonna add GUI. Well, no, let's start off there. Huh. That looks pretty legit overall. Refresh rate 500. What? Loop. Cool. Okay, let's give this a try here. So I don't understand why. Oh, there is a copy code. It's a copy code, but when you do other stuff, I don't know why there's not a button to copy what it types. Like that makes no sense to me. I don't know why they don't do that. So let me bring over this. I'm going to get rid of that and we'll get rid of all that. Paste, save, run. I don't see anything. Do we add text loop? I think there's supposed to be a GUI show. I don't work with GUIs a lot. This is why I have Azaleas. But maybe let's try it. I just don't know where to put it though. That's also Studio doesn't do well with unnamed files. So call non-existent function. Please start time to target. Oh yeah, that's not a thing. Yeah. So so here's where you would just say, hey, Chat GPT, Mr. Brilliant. Thank you. However, is not an HK. You're right. Yeah, well then why did you give it to me in the first place? And I was going to redo the entire thing? That's weird. I saw your comment, Scott. I've already, well, which I might have to do again because I'm just going to, for now. Actually, I'll copy the whole thing. And it looks like it forgot GUI show again. And here we go all over again. You know, it's weird. I wonder, maybe it's for historical purposes, but I wonder why they don't just go update what was done before instead of doing all this. Read it, the error, yep. All the non-existent. How did it not get? This is the stuff that drives me nuts. Like, we already told it, stir time is not a thing. So it says it remembers, but really doesn't remember very well. That I'm just going to replace the entire thing. Save, run. So for whatever reason, it's still not getting that. Although I did see in here to calculate the difference between two dates, built in a tick count function. It uses a tick count. Now, but then it still is trying to use it down here. That's weird. So yeah, sorry, Scott, failure. I mean, we could keep battling it, but or time difference. So the time difference, but up here, it was it to count. That's starting it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, one of the fun things, again, it doesn't know AutoHotkey, right? So, but we could say, now I don't know if I have Python where it is, but I was gonna say we could have it run a Python, create a Python script. Or we could give it a little more specifics about create a countdown timer in AutoHotkey. Just trying to think if we could ask it to use a certain library. It's still close though, yeah. I might get confused if people were asking me a million questions a second also. Yeah, no doubt, but it is definitely very close. But yeah, well, let's have some fun though. So this is what Isaiah and I were doing today. So create 20, 15 AutoHotkey making games that involve the hotkey code. Let's see what it does. Let's go. Oh, it's going. AutoHotkey roulette. Create a random hotkey binding and adds it to a shared script. Players take turns pressing random hotkeys, and the player whose hotkey was pressed has to take a drink. That's actually pretty funny. HK Hangman thinks of a word related to AutoHotkey, and the other player tries to guess it. Okay. Code golf. Players try to write a script that accomplishes a specific task with as few characters as possible. Yeah, that's a good one. Anyway, you get the idea, right? It's great at coming up with ideas of stuff. AutoHotkey brainstorming. Take turns coming up with ideas for AutoHotkey scripts. The person who comes up with the worst idea has to take a drink. That's awesome. AutoHotkey movie quotes. Players take turns coming up with AutoHotkey themed variations of famous movie quotes. I think that'd be a short game. Yeah. We're just having some fun here. Yeah. That's pretty funny. So did you think of anything? Well, like you said, what were you saying before about like write a email to your client for something?
Write a letter to client regarding a late shipment.
What about why was it late?
Didn't have all the materials.
When do you think you'll have them?
It's still unknown at this time.
So this is where it's fun. You're like, hey, that's awesome, but with my client, I'm a little more fun. So
Less formal.
a hint of sarcasm. It's not Steve's here. Hey, Steve. Nope, you're muted.
Tech issues today. So.
See, you're at the beach. Nice.
Yeah, I figured we'd go tropical here since
Awesome. We're having some fun with Chat GPT.
Good deal.
Yeah. Have you been using it?
I have just played with it a little bit. I never even heard of it before until I was on that one Friday session a couple of weeks ago, and
Yeah.
it's like, wow, this is amazing.
It really,
especially when you had it right AutoHotkey code.
Right. Yeah, we were just trying to get it to create a countdown timer, but it kept referencing a function that AutoHotkey doesn't have, and then say, you're right, AutoHotkey doesn't have that function. Here's how you do it, and then it still included the function. It was kind of weird. And I'm like, I know we could fix it, but it's not the main purpose of the call. But
Yeah.
It's
that is amazing. And what is it? That auto face generator too. That was something.
Yeah. Let's say list 20 ideas for hotkeys with HK. It should know because we've been talking about AutoHotkey, but let's see. Close an active window, copy and paste text or files. Toggle, yeah. So it's a great way to get you to rethink if like, how else could I use AutoHotkey, right? Or of course, whatever language you're doing stuff in.
Yeah. Well, the other thing was the drinking game it created. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, we did a couple days ago. We did it earlier too, and it was let me see here where what? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's the whole conversation. So yeah, I gotta it's not each one individually, which makes sense. So I gotta go back to here and find it. Yeah, so here we're hotkey roulette, hangman, code golf. So try to make it with as few characters as possible. The one that really made me laugh was AutoHotkey limericks. Players take turns creating AutoHotkey themed limericks. Give me some examples of Limericks. There once was a script I wrote to automate tasks. It was quite devoted, but it had a bug. Oh no, I fixed it and it began to go like a rocket. It was fully loaded. Wow. Okay.
Wow. That is amazing.
Tell me an AutoHotkey joke. Why did the AutoHotkey script go to therapy? Because it had too many loops. Ooh. Oh, that is bad.
Oh, telling you.
That's funny. Yeah, it is quite amazing at helping. I don't know if I told you this or if you were on the other day. I had it create a Google extension for me, and
Wow.
it, yeah, and it did it all with what I mean. Obviously, I'd want to have more options in it than what it did, but it gave me the the template that I needed to get started, and then I can just tweak it. Yeah, I was really impressed.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, it's amazing how far AI has come. And the pricing on that is pretty darn good too.
Yeah, right now, yeah. And even when we're using the API, but what's interesting, I saw Scott saying, I'm going to put it in here, right? A Mad Lib about AutoHotkey programming and AHK and drinking on New Year's Eve. But the API right now, it's really weird. It doesn't remember the conversation you had before. So it's like, well, that's a big part of the value of using the API, of using Chat GPT, is to continue the conversation.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, kids will have some fun with this. So like my son in his world history class, they're learning about the fall of the Roman Empire. So write a report for a
Oh, wow.
15-year-old on the fall of the Roman Empire.
So if you asked it to do it again, would it give you the exact same verbiage?
No.
No. It's pretty cool.
But I'm gonna yeah, let's see how smart it is. Tell us between not to include that function. Yeah. I'm gonna say thanks, but my 15-year-old isn't that smart. Can you add some errors so it seems more real? Let's see if now we'd have to actually read it. I guess I could dump it into Word and do a spell check or something. But yeah, it's crazy. You could say expand on that. Now I watched a video today that it went through a lot of different AIs for doing stuff, and one of them was interesting because you would give it a topic and it would write the bullets for each section, and then you could say, okay, add to this section, write this section, and so it compartmentalized it to allow you to be a little more iterative in what you're doing it, right?
Mhm.
And to choose it, oh, I don't like this point they were trying to make, so I'm not going to include that and whatever. I thought it was pretty cool. Scott said sometimes it does give the exact same verbiage. Yeah, I think it just depends on, especially like you say, how far is the Earth from the sun? It probably would, it's a factual thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
When you're trying to learn a chunk concept or something, it might change it a bit.
What can you say, like how far away is the Earth from the sun in April, and how far is it from in December?
Sure.
Ah.
Someone's here in the, I gotta disable the. Oh, good. Spanova. Let me go find. Where, oh, where, oh, here, participants and.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Shin, how you doing, man?
Good.
Pretty good. A little bit late, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Well, that's-
You're on the West Coast, is that right? If I remember right?
East Coast, Michigan.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I was thinking of, yeah, the other guy. I'm trying to think of
You're the other guy.
there's two of you that have YouTube channels that have done stuff, and that's anyway. So I was getting them mixed up. Yeah, I remember now.
Yep, all good.
So let's see. We're just playing with Chat GPT.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've heard about it, but I've never really looked into it yet.
Oh, holy moly, dude! Like
It is wildly amazing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it doesn't know AutoHotkey code, but it can get pretty close often.
Interesting.
Yeah. But here we just asked it on different dates, how far is the Earth from the sun? And it looks like, actually, yeah, it's interesting, is it's 1 million miles different on the Earth would be about 29.75 million miles. But on June 21st, it'll be 93.25 million miles. Our average values, the orbit is not as perfect circles. Yeah.
So is this like a like an artificial intelligence bot that just answers anything you ask it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Trying to remember what that first one was that came out. Eliza, I think it was. I mean, that was back in the days we still had text graphics. There was no wild. It was the green screen days.
Yeah. I know a buddy of mine had done some research at a place where they're using AI, and the AI they had that they were using wasn't even as good as like Alexa. It was really bad. You had to ask your questions in a very, very specific way. And anyway, then you go to this and you can ask it almost anything, but the better you ask your question, the better your answer is, right?
Mhm.
So it's just crazy good. Like here, I showed my wife this, like, right? A love letter,
Oh gosh.
wife of 15 years. And I was like, wow, it's crazy. This beats any Hallmark card, that you could get.
My first thing, what I thought about this would be great if I could program it to understand maybe a class that I wrote, and then when somebody asks me a question, I'll just direct it here, and then have
Oh,
it,
automated support. Yeah.
You can
yeah, and be
actually,
like, hey, this isn't working, and then the bot's like, oh, did you do this, this, and this? I'm like, oh, I got it now, and like, meanwhile, I'm not even like, I'm doing
Wow.
something else.
but you can
That's
actually,
great.
you know what? Let me see. Let's see here. What I might have called it Shin to start with. So, oh, I did the wrong folder. I should have done the I was just going to get one of your examples, and I think I have. I think I had called it. No. What's the I know there were the two classes that we covered. There was the image search one and
The overlay one.
the display, the overlay.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I thought, well, I guess, hold on, let me see. No, I wouldn't have put it here. That's a bad one. Here is where I might have put it. Nope. Nope. All right, well, let's just take let's see here. So there's no X. Damn. Oh, I know. Let's go to my library. And I was going to get, I know, not XML. Here we go. So this is Maestria's XML class. And so this is his XML class, right? Let's see how fine. So I'm going to copy it all and come back to here and say, first off, let's say, please. So you can have it go through and actually annotate your code for you. So it's it actually starts walking through what, what's available. So I'm telling you, it's insane, the stuff, and it doesn't even know. So actually, weird. Normally it actually goes. So I guess because it's a class, it didn't. No, I've had it do it.
Well, it knows that it's a class.
Yeah, but I've had it where I said, take the following, and you also don't have to worry too much about spell check stuff. Class and convert it to functions. And you can do the other way as well, right? You can tell it to take take a function and convert it to a class. So I look at this stuff and just go, geez, it is crazy powerful.
It is very interesting.
Yeah. Write a fanciful story about a hero named Joe who, with the help of his automating knights, saved a kingdom from the mundane task of life. That's hilarious.
Where are you reading that?
In the YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, Scott wrote it over there. So
Just spotted a coyote running through my yard here.
invite him in, man. The more the merrier. Yeah, but let's say, so Shannon, we were saying, like, let's say create an AutoHotkey that will launch Notepad when I type Windows key plus, I'll say and N. So let's see, I think it'll get this one right. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I'm curious. Can you rewrite that so it is on one line? So it actually, wow, it's awesome.
That is impressive.
Yeah. So just so, and then you can say, write me Python code, write me whatever. And so even if you don't know that language, so this is what I tell people, Shen. I dabble in Python and a little bit of JavaScript. I can't write stuff from scratch easily, right? It would take me forever, but I could ask this to do it, and then I could probably tweak it to get it to work, right? So
That's true, yeah.
no, it's just it's really insane. I'm gonna take Scott's. Let me copy this. Actually, let's see if I copy that, paste it. Let's see what kind of a story. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's what's really crazy too is just how much we've realized we should stop trying to do what we're, as Ace and I would do is we would ask a question like, oh, okay, here, take this. Okay, now we need to go do this. And we wouldn't come back to it. And we're like, wait a minute, why are we doing this? Just ask it again. And it was just like, it seemed like almost anything we would throw at it, it would come up with a good solution. The automating knights were a powerful technology. That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
The burden of the mundane task. This is awesome, Scott. That's a great one. I'm gonna copy that and save that for later. That's hilarious. I'll swap out automation knights with AutoHotkey heroes, and we'll have our little story. Yeah. So I earlier I was having it saying, for my wife, where she does product manufacturing and what's it called? The management
Manufacturing.
Yeah, but the general management stuff that you do, the project management.
Client service manager. Program
Yes.
manager. I'm a program manager.
Yeah, still not what I'm talking about. But anyway, What's the certification you got?
Project management.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, wow, fun, man.
So she deals a lot with timing and this and that, and she has to write, often not fun emails to people about like their business isn't going to get X or Y, right?
Mhm.
Writing really nice, things that look polished. And so, man, I'm like, man, you could crank out stuff with this in no time, and just minorly tweak it, right? But yeah,
No.
very cool.
I did see something similar a while ago where they it was for writing CSS web pages or something. It says like add a button that's red that does this and that, and I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
And this seems like a similar thing, but like even to a higher extent. Like it's pretty impressive.
It is. And see, from I'm trying to remember the name of the company. OpenAI. Chat GPT is kind of like the lead model, but they have quite a few. And I think it's the Da Vinci model is actually the one that's best for coding, right? But this is more of the conversation one. But as they said, we've been using this one and we're like, the coding one might give a better programming answer, but this one is just more, it understands you really well and it's very fluid. It's really impressive. I've been using it to rewrite my headlines to make them more interesting, and that's when we were doing videos. And what we try to do is at the beginning of the video, start off with the first 2 minutes or a minute and a half explaining to get people's attention and why they should stick around. And then as Ace and I would discuss what we're going to cover, and then I'm like, well, wait a minute, why don't we ask Chat GPT? And so I tell it, rewrite this where it's more interesting. And the stuff it would put, we're like, wow, that's so much better than what we came up with. Verbiage and how it describes stuff, it just gets your attention. And we're like, yeah, that's, it's crazy. It's pretty amazing. And right now it's free, right? But at some point it'll be paid. The API isn't free. But it, as I said, I don't know if you were here right when I said that it doesn't have the history. Like you can't just say, add this to the above or, rewrite that. It wouldn't know. You have to rewrite the question, right? With the API. With here, you can do that. You can have a conversation. So I don't know why that's not in the API right now. But in the API, you're paying for it, but it's not really badly priced. I mean, and I don't know if they're going to jack up the prices later, but it's quite reasonable for the amount of work it saves. It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you have any of you guys have something to ask it? Something you think you could stump it on?
I think for me, most of the stuff like the stuff that I always get stuck on is like a bunch of math stuff. So like when I work with games, there's a lot of like math functions I need to know, and sometimes I have a hard time figuring out. I wouldn't really know what to ask it though, but
Right,
it would probably be something complicated like I wouldn't even know, trigonometry stuff,
Right. Yeah, and for that, by time you know how to ask it, you know the answer.
Basically, yeah. If you understand how to ask it correctly, you probably already know how to answer it. So.
Right. Here I was looking at some of these. We had it writing a crossword puzzle for AutoHotkey, doing an API call. So I asked it to do an API call with the SMTP Turbo. I thought I saw it there, but yeah, it'll write a lot of stuff for you, code, but like I said, a lot of other stuff as well, right? It doesn't have to be code.
I think for me, the code would be the most exciting part. I think particularly it would be amazing if it could convert languages between each other. So if I found like a really cool example in C++, I could use it in AutoHotkey or vice versa.
Right. So let's say send an email with CDO written in Python. So I know, well, I mean, I've used Python, right? But I'm not, that does look proper overall. But you think then, so then we have Python, I'll say, now convert that. So let's just say you found the program. I'm just being really extra lazy, not even going and getting a Python. I'm having it write the Python code. And now I'm gonna say, great, convert that code to C++. Yeah, so it is a great.
That's amazing.
We were talking about Chat GPT and the hero meeting, and Guy was just talking about I wanted it to write, I forget what it was. It was something to do, let's say an API call in AutoHotkey. And I think all of us here knows that means you're using the COM object, typically the WinHTTP request, right? And what I was trying to explain to Guy, look, it doesn't know AutoHotkey code, right? It's spitting out stuff that resembles AutoHotkey code. Often it's right, but not always. But it probably, more than likely, knows that COM object. So ask it to use that COM object, and the answer you get is going to be really close to what you're going to need for AutoHotkey, right? Adapting it to AutoHotkey will be very easy. But yeah, and it's just a matter of time. I think in 6 months or a year, it will know all languages. And to your point, Chin, easily, if you have some code in one thing, you're like, convert this to something else for me, or even better, take our AutoHotkey code and write it at a machine level, and then it's all optimized, and it's not a lot of work to do it, for us, right? Because the computer's doing the hard work.
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting kind of glimpse at the future of what programming could eventually become.
Yeah,
but it's also kind of scary, because what if we get to a point where it's like programming has become automated, you don't even need them anymore.
Yeah.
No, I think and actually I saw a video where a guy was talking about, he said, have you played with Copilot on GitHub?
No.
So it's available for like Python and JavaScript, if I remember right, right now. And so, but someone said Copilot helps you write your code versus Chat GPT, and I think it's DaVinci, actually write the code for you, right? But it still boils down to is we're going to be doing less of the mundane. We still just have to learn how to ask better questions, right? And have it do the work. Happy New Year from New York City. Hey, Pacho, how did you configure a user avatar in Chat GPT? I didn't. Do you see one? I don't see one. Pucho was asking how I configured an avatar. I'm like, I don't see where you're thinking I did. But I did.
Well, yeah, right where you see great, convert that to C++. It shows your.
Okay, it's probably because I was logged in. Maybe I used my Gmail initially. I don't recall. Yeah, it's probably just my whatever account that I used. So sorry about that, but that's.
It seems to be the same that's in the upper right corner of the browser too. So
right, good point. Yeah. Yeah. And you can come back up and you can you go back to the original and you can edit it, right? And I can resubmit it, or I can just add to below down here. When you ask a question, a photo is to the left. Yeah, that's what we were referring to.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and think I didn't even realize it. I guess it's because it's there. I see it so much. But yeah, I think it's just part of my profile. Yeah, and Scott's saying that as well. Profile? Yeah, I don't know. I got a lot of different profiles and different things, but I don't normally use my Google. I don't like using the social things to log into stuff. Just because I don't want them having access to all the other crap that they can have access to. So I'll often still use my Gmail account, but I don't log in. I don't hit the button log in with, Facebook or Google. I just do it manually with my Google account. Using email relay to log in to Chat GPT. using a email relay to log into, yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Are you, that's what I got for elephant party.
Oh,
That's,
it's, okay,
you like my little vacuum?
vacuum.
Huh.
Well, you're obviously not using it.
Yeah.
Could have used that earlier to pick up the
That's awesome.
water I spilled.
But Pucho, I'm not sure what you mean by using an email relay to log into Chat GPT. The email is just my email account that I used to log in, right? That's you. So you can't just come to a blank on Chat GPT, the chat openai.com. You can't just be in cognito mode, right? You have to be logged into their system, even though they're not charging you. In this way, also, it's how I have my history on the left, right? And it knows to save it in dark mode stuff. So I'm logged into their system. And at some point they'll start charging. I kind of think, even though it's costing them a lot of money, so many people are using it. I think Chat or Scott, remember, I think it took 5 days to get to 1 million users, I think, something like that. Like, it was insane how fast it grew. But I'm sure they are just even though it's costing them money, their AI is probably learning a crazy amount off of what people are doing with it. So I think they're just sucking it up and saying, we're gonna let people get used to it, get addicted to it, and then we'll start charging, right? Because it's crazy powerful. Once you get used to it, it's really hard to do shit on your own. I mean, it's really amazing.
Yeah, it seems like a solid plan. You get it, you get people hooked on it, and then even like, to be honest, even like $5 a month or something would be pretty reasonable. I think people would easily pay that.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And then if you said you got like 5 million people using it, I mean, that's a nice chunk of change that you're gonna have every month. So,
well, yeah, and it does have an amazing amount of computing power. The draw of electricity and the computation power it needs. However, again, people like OpenAI is owned partly by Elon Musk, and then Microsoft dumped in a lot of money as well. So they're like Google, and it's really interesting as I realized it today. I've been seeing all these videos of people talking about how when you have OpenAI write an article, that Google can detect it, right? That it's not a native person doing it. And so they're trying to scare Google, I think, is trying to scare people, saying, don't go using this to write all your stuff because we can tell that and we're not going to emphasize it, right? But I think they're kind of missing the point. People are going to stop using Google. Why would I go to Google and get 20 answers when I can come here and get one beautifully written, to the point? So I'm not so afraid of that, because I think people are just going to start using this for answering everything. And to your point, Jen, I think it's spot on. We're looking into, that's why we're playing with the API, creating our own library where we can load AutoHotkey code and teach it AutoHotkey code. Then, like you said, we can access it and use it, or other people can. But the other one, you'll love this, Shen, because I know with your YouTube channel, right? Tell me if I'm wrong here. You get a lot of people asking really, really bad questions, right?
well, maybe not bad, but very simple, very easy to, if you just took a minute or two, you can solve it. But yeah.
But the problem is, often they're not clear, right? Like, they'll say, hey, this doesn't work or whatever, and you're like, when you say to this doesn't work, it'll say like, well, what do you mean? What doesn't work? Tell me the error, right? So people are going to get, when they're using this kind of a tool, they're going to get trained how to better ask questions. So I'm really hopeful over time, humans in general get better at asking more specific questions, because more often than not, like if you read the forum, you'll see, when people first ask a question, often it's, I need a hotkey that does this. You're like, well, it's a lot more complicated than just saying you want that. Is it, is it going to run on just your computer? Is it going to run, oh, you're going to automate a browser, but you just want to click? No, that, that it's a little more, difficult than that. Anyway.
I think, unfortunately, I don't know if that'll ever be solved, because you get that with experience, and every every year somebody's getting smarter, but another person's just learning. So you always have an infinite flow of newcomers coming in, asking the same simple questions, the one-liners, the how to do this, make
Yeah.
this for me, you know?
But my point is, I'm hoping, and I hear you, I agree with you. I'm just hoping this is going to replace humans taking the brunt of some of those questions. And hopefully
Yeah.
some of the kids that it's like kids that were brought up on tablets have never even seen books. Technology to them is much closer, right? So they understand a lot more than what we did, or when I did, at least when I was, learning. And so I agree it's not going to negate it entirely, but I still have a little bit of hopes that people will get better at asking questions, because when you're talking to a computer and it says, I don't understand this, you're like, oh yeah, well, how would it? Like, of course I need to clarify that, but we don't think about that when we're asking a human. Somehow we expect them to understand all the relevant baggage that, is unsaid.
I think if anything, I could see it going the other way. I think the programs would adapt to learning how to answer poorly written questions, you know?
I think it gets back to the problem is nobody can, right? You can make your statistical best bet of what you think maybe they were asking, but when it's a bad question, you're playing Russian roulette, so to speak. You don't have enough information to really answer it correctly, right? So you might make a good guess, but usually if you get a little more feedback, you can give a very good answer, right? But I still agree with what you say. They are going to get better at knowing little nuances in the context of maybe where they came from, whatever. Maybe that would help them understand this is what they're trying to ask about. But or certain times a day or something. Yeah.
I think what you're suggesting is like the best case scenario. Like, of course we want that, but I'm also like a little bit like pessimistic, I guess. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, like I would hope for that, but I know how people are. So I know I'll believe when I see it. I'll hope for it though.
Oh, I'm not saying this is going to be in a year or two. I'm talking more, 15 years or something.
Yeah. When this becomes more mainstream, this type of thing, yeah.
Right.
But it's pretty exciting, very exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
Jeff,
to get your clients to write, better requirements.
yeah, no doubt.
It would be a great thing.
Jeff asked if I have a macro keyboard, or I don't know if he's asking me, but wait, like a drug dealer, the first one's free. That's funny. No, I have.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have a hold up, grab that keyboard. This is the same keyboard as what you can see. Yeah, it's a little dusty, but
Oh man, yeah.
yeah, I love these keyboards. Microsoft no longer makes them, but they have all these keys up here you can customize. Look at the dust come off. Yeah, I live in the country now. And several others, but yeah, and then with AutoHotkey, you just program it, right? So why would I spend a lot of money for anything?
Snippets and all that stuff. Yep, absolutely.
I got one of the smaller keyboards doesn't have like it has like less keys and stuff, but I have a cheap like $5 USB numpad that I bind everything to.
Cool.
And then I like maybe print out labels or something and just glue them on if there's specific things I need. But if I was better at typing, because I've never learned, I didn't have a computer class in school, so I never learned how to type well.
Yeah.
So the one you had would be amazing if I was good at that, but I'm not, so I can't do that.
You might like so I bought, just for fun. Now I know I have a 10 key over there somewhere, but I bought this one. So I have crazy about more. But then I found these clear keys, right? So you can take off, so you can separate them and then print something and put it in between it, right? So you can basically put a label in there. And then just attach it on most. So I think you could put this on a 10 key, it'd probably be fine. But yeah, that's the problem. What I don't like about these is there's so many, like, how do you remember which one's what, right? Like that's where the Elgato keypad makes it easy. But I do have, can you guys see that one? This one.
Yeah, it's like a little three by one.
Which with 3 or 4 keys, I can remember that, right? Like, what's there.
Yeah, it definitely comes in handy having some extra just keybinds for stuff lying around.
So, and do you use custom key caps with your macros? Actually, custom, is that what you were asking about, Butcha? Was that key cap that I showed? I think so. Normally on other stuff I don't, right? Because what I have learned is baby step. Don't add too many at once, because if you add too many at once, you can't remember them. The other one is, let me see if I can launch it here. Yeah. So this tool is called Auto HK Hotstreak King Lookup, and it goes across all my running scripts, and I can come up here and filter and say encode, and as I type, it filters down, and I can see this is the Alt E is the hotkey for encoding a URL, right, or whatever. So it has, I can also choose whether to have hotkeys or hot strings. And I can also choose to the file, so I can choose the files here. I can also choose files like my spell check, which has over 4,000 hot strings in it. I don't have that in here because it slows it down. Although as Ace and I found a way to really speed it up, so I can probably change that if I want. But yeah, that let me update. So let me update this with the string lookup. So here's how, by the way, I've automated all that stuff. So this over my head gets updated. Looks like it's a little too big. But yeah, so
I was going to ask how you're doing that.
yeah, so you have to have OBS. I use OBS with the text over. The text file is a local file that OBS reads every 3 or 4 seconds, something like that. So I just wrote a hotkey that I can hit a button. It pops up. It has it there selected. I can type in something new, and then when I hit enter, it shoves it into that file, and then OBS just picks it up. So it's super handy. But yeah, this tool, it's awesome. You can get that URL, it's free. But the other thing that's really, really cool is if one's not labeled, you can double click it and it'll take your default editor and navigate to that row for you. Right? So it jumps to where that is, and then you put the description to the right, or I think above. I can't remember if I think Isaiah said he thought it could be above, but I think that might break it. But if you just do it inline where the hotkey is to the right of it, you put a description, and that's what gets displayed in this description. Yeah,
Very handy.
Well, because getting back to his question of like, do you label your hotkeys? No, I don't, but I have a very simple way to look it up really quick.
Yeah.
But and you can see I have actually, there is, so I have 93 hotkeys and 745 hot strings available.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that's not counting my spell check, which has 4,000, right? But yeah. And then you just have patterns, get used to using patterns for things, and it really helps people, it helps you remember. But that's one of the big things about AutoHotkey, right? Is you get to decide what you want to use to remember. And I think it's one of the little things people don't realize about AutoHotkey. There's built-in hotkeys and tools like VS Code, but good Lord, like there's so many hotkeys in VS Code, and they seem random for the most part, like a lot of them. And I'm like, I can't remember those things, so I have to adapt them to my own. What if we made a typing tutor type program that would train us on our hot strings or hotkeys? Yeah, actually, the problem is, you can write a tool that would be a keylogger, and that's what you need to have in order to have the computer to watch what you're typing, and then to offer up, hey, you've typed this 3 times in the last hour. You should have a hotkey for it or a hot string.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I totally think it's awesome. The problem is the privacy concerns with, if it's just you for yourself, sure. But if you get something from someone random, do you really want to have people watch what you're typing? So
I mean, I doubt Windows would even let you run that. They'd have the whole like more info run anyway. This is dangerous,
Yeah.
Man, that is one thing I hate though. With a lot of my programs, there are a lot of memory stuff, so it like changes the way things work and adds new features to things. But the problem is Windows always flags that. So whenever I give something to somebody, they're
Right.
like, "Well, I can't run this," or like, "I couldn't figure it out," or this and that, and I'm just like, "Man, why do I?" It's like, what's the point?
Right.
Can't even share anything with anybody.
I thought a really good video the other day where I took the AutoHotkey executable to Total Virus and uploaded it, and it said there were like two viruses complained out of what, 40 or something.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, let me upload the script, which was nothing. And I said, let me just I didn't compile it or anything. I just said, here's the AutoHotkey script. And it said 0, of course, because it was nothing.
Yeah.
And then I compiled it and put it up there. And then it said 20 or whatever, started triggering. It's because it didn't recognize the executable anymore. It had been changed, but it didn't know what it was. And I'm like, look, there's nothing. You saw literally what it was, right? So I was saying the antivirus stuff, it's not really peeking in your file. Although I did a second one on that video where I used Impress to encode it. And that got even more flags, right? So it does clearly peek inside your code a little, right? But it doesn't know what the hell it is that the things are doing. So it's just saying, we think there's something bad here, don't run it. But it's one of those, because like you said, Shin, people, this said, hey, I made that video because someone said, I downloaded your Windows snipping tool and hey, by the way, it had a virus. And I'm like, yeah, it didn't have a virus. It's just, everybody flags AutoHotkey.
Well, somebody on the forums a while ago, probably like 2 years ago or something, said something like AutoHotkey keeps telling me there's a virus, and I said I showed him a script where I had one single hotkey that just said like okay or something, and I showed him how if I upload that to VirusTotal, it gets a few flags, false flags, and then I said here's the exact same script with Empress, and it had like 6 more flags, and it was the same thing, and essentially what it is that their website just says you're trying to obfuscate code, you're trying to hide code. It must be malicious in some nature, so we're going to flag this as potentially dangerous.
Yeah.
But there's nothing you can really do about that, though, because the way AutoHotkey works, it has to store the script and then it has to like read it at runtime, so you can't. It's not like compiled, so they just assume that it's a virus, and I don't know. I don't think there's any way to change how they do that. Doesn't seem like they care to anyway.
Right. Yeah, I for a while I was distributing executables, but the automator started getting flagged as a virus site, and I'm like, okay, it's just not worth it, so I'm not going to compile them. And then I had the idea, well, what if I put the executable on Dropbox, and when you go to download it, it's not on the automator. The link is from the automator, but the download is actually from Dropbox, and that got around it. But I still haven't gone back to just distributing executables because like you said, it leads to more headaches.
It does, yeah. I mean, whenever that's why I don't share a lot of stuff, because I don't want to have to deal with all the questions and the people being like, hey, this like WATAC virus or this other virus is in the file, and I'm like, I can tell you that's a false flag, but you probably aren't going to leave me anyway, because I'm just some guy on YouTube,
Right. Yeah, it's when you're the source, why would you tell anybody that, you can't trust the source to be accurate, right? Like, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they're going to tell you whatever you want to hear. Yeah, of course.
Right. Yeah. I'm not trying to con you. Yeah, you can't.
Exactly. Yeah. It does suck because I am fluent in like C++ and some other languages, and they're more powerful in ways, but there's just something about AutoHotkey that's just easy, it's quick, it's convenient. So I'd rather use that, but probably the only 2 downsides are the speed, and then the sharing it is sometimes difficult.
Well, I hear you, Shin, on the second one, although I would argue, tell me a better language where it's easier to share, right? Like it's just even just compiling and other things take so much more work compared to AutoHotkey. Like when I used to try to compile in Python, man, you had to jump through hoops to get it. Once you got it configured right, it wasn't terrible. But man, on Windows,
Yeah, Well, I mean, as far as like sharing, I guess more in terms of what I use it for, which is a lot of things that Windows flags it as an antivirus. And then speed, I don't necessarily mean compiling, but just like
Yeah, I
certain things are just slower.
but that's what I was going to say was, again, you could write the thing in AutoHotkey, get it to work the way you want, and then ask this thing to convert it now to, you know, some sort of M code, something that's machine level, or, you know, or just anything. Even Python is going to be faster than AutoHotkey, right, on average. So yeah, I just think the days that, well, and also we're going to be able to level up so much, because I was talking to Zace about it. I'm not the best programmer in the world by far, but I think like a programmer, but I can't actually implement well at all, right? Like I'm not a good programmer, but I understand concepts. I understand a lot of what to do, the capabilities. GPT is freaking going to make me amazing, right? Because now suddenly I don't have to know the little weeds of the little nuances. And so I can enable, you know, and do so much more. But I think we're years and years away of actually losing jobs in programming, right? Because it's just
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Now there will be some that, that don't start using GPT and still do it because they're old school. No, this is not the right, you know, I'm going to write it from scratch. But they're going to either lose jobs because they can't produce fast enough, you know, or be out of a job because the way everyone's going, they're going to be using what's a good analogy for that? They're going to still be running horses and wagons when cars are driving around, right? Like, you know, you got to stay with the time. So that's why we're embracing it and saying, learn all you can as fast as you can and be on the cutting edge, the front end instead of the back end.
Yeah, definitely. Luckily, I mean, I don't think it'll ever get to that point in my lifetime anyway. It might be like close, but I mean, it's such a, I don't know, it's such a complicated thing. To have it work flawlessly and be professional and the quality of it to be up to par with working conditions. I think that's a ways away for sure, but
Sure.
it is fun to mess with it now and to see how how it is now and what it will be in the future. It's very exciting.
What I said in a video the other day wasn't the, you know, should you be using it? It's how you should be using it. And depending on who you are, if you're like, because I saw people who were writers and they're like, yeah, I've gone to use the copywriting stuff and I see what it does, but I can write far better copyright than it can. Well, yeah, you know, no one's saying that that's not true, but that doesn't mean, you know, that if you're an expert in what you do, you wouldn't use it, at least right now, to replace what you're doing. But you might use it to brainstorm on ideas of things you might want to do, because it can come up with a list of 50 things faster than you can, you know, even conceivably think of stuff, right? And you use your human brain power to decide between and prioritize, right? Which is what humans are great at.
Yep.
Computers are great at listing stuff and being aware of a lot of stuff, but not necessarily making decisions on things. Now, if you're working in, let's stick with the writer scenario, but they don't know AutoHotkey, so sure, you can use it for writing AutoHotkey code because they aren't experts there, and it's going to do a better job than what they can do, right? So I think it just gets back to, again, you wouldn't use it to replace yourself in the expert thing that you're doing, but you could still use it for a lot of other things.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to use it right now for sure.
Yeah.
Supplement what you already know.
Has anybody else here there's a few people on the stream. Have you guys used it for anything yet? I know Scott, who's on there, has been using it for a lot of stuff and he's been really impressed. He's also, they're talking about writing macros. He uses Lua macros to program a second keypad to run on hotkeys. Ryan, he's over in Europe, so it's really late for him. But I was talking to him the other day. I wish he had said it was okay. I don't think he'd care. I would show the screen, but he actually showed, he wrote a GUI and I think it was displayed on his phone, very similar to the Elgato Stream Deck, but using his phone. And Elgato has an app that you can use on their phone, but it's like $3 a month, which isn't terribly priced. but you know, us being programmers, no one wants to pay for something when we can just write our own stuff.
Yeah, it's
So-
true.
So he had built a pretty cool thing with where he can just push buttons, and he said, I forget what he said about with one browser. Excuse me. This is the bad part of drinking beer while you're trying to live stream, is the burping. But anyway, he had sometimes giving me haptic feedback, so he would touch it and it would vibrate, you know, which was really nice. But it was pretty cool because you can obviously, if it, unlike our keypads that we were talking about, Shen, when it's a phone, you can swipe and have unlimited numbers of buttons, right? Because you're just going to the next screen. So it can be dynamic, right? And
Yeah,
really powerful.
definitely. It's I never got into phone programming, but it definitely is a fun thing. I think it's that's a really cool project, definitely.
Yeah, and he told me, I don't remember what he said he was using, but I don't think he was actually, you know, programming in what the hell is it? Maestri with programs now on Android. I want to say no, it's not Kivy. There's another main one that he uses, but he was just doing like JavaScript. He was rendering it as like an HTML thing and I think he was connecting like from a server to his computer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just his own website, and then he was connecting to it,
Right.
and it was loading the page.
Right. He was running a server like on his computer, and somehow his phone was interacting with it just as a browser would, right?
That makes sense. That's actually pretty smart then, yeah. You'd have a lot more like, because I've messed with the Android development kit before, trying to make some simple stuff, but I couldn't get into it. But website stuff I'm much more familiar with. So and then that'd be pretty interesting, because you could have it connect to all your computers and then run it from your phone interacting with the website. You could make it do all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, if you're running out of keys on your keyboard, you could just
Yeah.
interact with things. Now, several people in the Hero group have been talking about using voice attacks. That was called, I think, for having it listen. And so you can use voice recognition and have it react. I tried it years ago, and I'm like, it's neat, but I haven't hit a max on my, you know, hotkeys and stuff. So to me, it's just faster and I don't have to think about it. But I get it.
Yeah, the voice recognition stuff is cool. But like you said, yeah, pressing keybinds is pretty easy for me. And then plus, I know at least with the ones that I've used, the good ones anyway, they use like 3 to 5% of the CPU. And I'm already like, I already want to keep it as low as possible anyway. So I don't need that. But for people who would, I mean, yeah, it'd be great.
Well, and especially if you're actually not at the computer all the time, but it's in the room, like that.
That's true. Or if you have like a wireless headset, you can do stuff as you're walking around.
Yeah. And that's where with the Chat GPT, I did start getting so lazy of typing in my questions that I enabled the built-in voice to text from Windows 10 to where I can hit Windows H and it will listen to what I say and type it. I'm like, you know, it was easier because when you're a human and you're typing stuff and you misspell something, it's really hard to ignore it and you want to fix it. But Chat GPT figures it out. So I'm like, you know, I don't want to fix it, so I'll just use my voice, and then there is no spelling issues because it's taking care of that for me. And they just crank it out.
That's true, yeah.
And you said that's built into Windows 10?
Yeah, hit Windows H on your computer, and it'll probably, if it's not enabled, it'll tell you, hey, it's not enabled. You need to, you know.
Yeah, go turn on online speech recognition. Yeah.
And it's pretty accurate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day. Look at that.
It obviously it's been around for a while, but I don't know why I don't use it that much. I guess I'm an okay typist, but yeah, I just don't use it that often. But now, for some reason, with the Chat GPT, I'm like, you know, I get, maybe I think I'm on Star Trek now, and I can say computer, you know, how far is the nearest sun?
I mean, definitely seemed like that anyway.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, and that was where actually Jackie and I did a video on Chat GPT, and it was like a year ago, right? So that was when it was just coming out, and then I think they took it not offline, but made it where it wasn't just public, so you had to apply for an API access to it. And I didn't play with it at the time, but we did a video on it talking about, wow, it was pretty impressive. But it is, when Ray, we were on a hero call and Ray asked about it, and I'm like, yeah, we've looked at it before, but I'll go back and look at it. And I started playing with it, and in about 3 minutes I realized it's leveled up. Like, it has gotten so much better in a year. It's crazy. So yeah, and I'm like, in another year it's gonna be mind-boggling what it can do.
I think it'll be even more exciting is if we ever figure out quantum computing,
Yeah.
and then having like OpenAI on a quantum computer, like that would be like
That's
that
scary.
would blow everything open. That'd be crazy. It'd be very exciting.
Yeah, I actually, and I didn't read it yet. I saw the headlines that but it was through super cooling. I forget, I think it was Asus reached some new benchmark, but it was done just by super cooling the motherboard and CPU down, and they got some new records. But we're, I know, at some limits right now, right, of the speed. That was the cool stuff at TI. It being in technology, I was a little closer to it. I would hear more about where we are and this and that. And the size of shit, it's mind-boggling how tiny the things are.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
truly mind-boggling. It's insane. And they're of course hitting limits where there's not room for like 2 electrons to go side by side or something, right? It's insane. But the thing is, humans are amazing, right? We'll find a different way to do stuff, and
Absolutely.
we'll get around it. The question will be, well, Chat AI, like, will an AI start solving stuff for us? Because again, humans, we're smart, but we have to learn, and it takes us quite a while to learn, and we know what we know. But a networked computer, like the knowledge that they can gather and keep going and going, it's insane.
It's definitely beyond me. I don't really understand all that stuff too much. But yeah, I'll leave it to the people who know. Hopefully they can figure it out.
and not turn into Sky, what was it? Sky in Terminator?
Skynet.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be nice. Yeah.
But it really is just crazy where we're going. This next year is going to be, I mean, the number of videos I watch now on AI and doing stuff. I was watching some today on how to create your videos, and every step of the way, all the way through the editing, and taking blog posts and making them into videos, using a chat bot to do the talking as well as text on the screen and putting in pictures and stuff. And I had a good analogy to it. Oh yeah, okay. So Steve and I are old enough to know this, but I don't think you're there. But in the 70s, it's like one of my favorite eras for music, right? Musicians were amazing, and 60s too, and stuff. And then the 80s came in, and everything became artificial. You know what I mean? Like, they weren't playing instruments anymore.
It's all MIDI, yeah.
Yeah, right. They were using technology to create the sounds, and it lost something. It lost, a certain something that's hard to put your finger on. But rarely do I hear like an 80s song and go, oh God, I really love this song, right? But in the 70s, it just had a lot more something to it. I think that's where it's going to be with the humans and AI, right? AI can crank out a crazy amount of stuff, and I still think it's going to be like take over, but you'll be able to tell when a good human writes a good article, it'll be superior, right? But it's the volume of it. The thing is, the AI can create it out like crazy, right? So it's going to be the needle in the haystack.
Yeah, I think another thing is like people probably wouldn't care. Like I think the younger generation, they'd rather have it fast than have it like necessarily like written by somebody who really knows it. But just give me the simple stuff. If an AI wrote it, it doesn't matter. Just
Right. Well, that was part of the other thing I was thinking about, which I'm on board with that, Shannon, sense of, I was reading stuff about Google saying they're going to penalize when they find AI written content. I'm like, if the content is right, and there's no other sources out there, like, I don't give a crap, fine. They came up, whoever thought about it, whatever came up with it, I want to find it. I don't want to not find it because
Yeah.
I think it was a computer that generated it like that. I don't understand that.
I wouldn't understand that stance either. I'm not sure. I'm sure there might be a reason for it. I wouldn't know, but just based off that, I don't know why they would do that.
No, for fun, I asked the chatbot to say, hey, write an argument explaining the differences between Python and AutoHotkey in scripting. And it wrote a nice blog post for me. And then I went through and tweaked it a little, with what I wanted to emphasize, this and that. But also I wrote some articles on how to why you should learn AutoHotkey, or and what hotkeys and hot strings are good for. And I had 4 articles done in like an hour. And I'm like, wow, and I would never have written those because we all know, like, it's basics for us, right? So they're painful to write because we're like, this isn't fun. But for
Yeah.
some people, it's going to really help them. So I'm like, all right, whatever.
Definitely.
Yeah, I see. Scott was saying Google's taking a stance because we're trying to play catch up with AI. Yeah, I agree. Oh, hey, Tom's here. Tom, oh, I don't have it there. Let me I'll throw it in the chat again. I don't know if you can scroll up to the top, but and everyone hopefully knows the Windows 8. No, excuse me. Windows V. I have to hit it with my hand for the clipboard history. But Tom, if you want to join, I'm trying to find, there we go. Or anybody else in the call for that matter. There's the URL if you want to join. That'll drop you right into the Zoom meeting. But yeah, good to see you here, Tom. Or Tab Nation, excuse me, if no one knows that's Tom.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Well, to your analogy about music, and going the MIDI and the automated route.
Yeah.
We're cycling back now to LPs. That's the new thing. Let's go back to the old
right
old way of doing it.
This is tangentially related to that. I was watching a YouTube video today, and I forget what they called it, but it was basically people were selling off something rated. I forget what they're called, but they had VCR tapes. So like a VCR video of what the hell is it called? Back to the Future went for like $17,000 or something. And yeah, look at your face, Steve. It's like, yeah. And I'm like, these guys talking about, they're like, this is a bunch of bull crap. They're like, there's no advantage of the video to VCR died for a reason. There's superior methods for storing, the movies. There's DVDs of it out there, like it's not a problem of access. Now there's still nostalgia and stuff, but it was funny.
Well, it's like, I collect old letters, old letters and postcards.
Oh, cool.
So that's kind of the same. Maybe they're, the modern day, they're collecting the VCR tapes.
Scott, this is hilarious, man.
Oh, I love it. Look at that.
Yeah. Let's see him get pulled over and explain this one. We're like, hey, it's awesome. Shh. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. And Tom said he'd be here in a couple minutes. Yeah, it's hard to believe this year's over. I'm glad it's done and behind us. I'll go. It wasn't a bad year for me. Don't get me wrong. But...
What's your shirt say? Sorry, I'm late.
Thanks, Bob. Mentioned AutoHotkey. This has been a spectacular year for me. I can't even fathom how productive I am now.
All right.
That's awesome, Scott. Yeah, it's hard for me, for someone, I've been using it for, I don't know, 14 years roughly, somewhere in there. And the first couple of years, that was my really big wow, where I went from, let's say I was producing one widget to 10 widgets, where it was crazy. And then, I changed jobs and started learning more about object-oriented programming, and I did a lot more, but it was just different stuff, but it was, it was more. But yeah, I haven't had that same learning high, just because it's been more of a gradual thing now where I keep learning and doing stuff. But man, that first couple years was really amazing. Now it's more about having better processes in place and being smarter at applying and doing stuff, and thinking better, focusing on what to do. One of my biggest hacks is just stop doing stuff. That's one of the best ways to save time. If you can eliminate some things that you just don't need to do, like, man, you can save a crazy amount of time.
Absolutely.
When I was at TI, the girl before me used to have monthly meetings with her clients, and she would take like a week of prep time she called it calendaring. Yeah, I think they were calendaring meetings, and it would take her a week to get it all. But the problem was everything, we were deploying emails to mass amounts of people. We'd send out over 1 million emails a month, and each one was like 60 to 100,000 or 200,000 people, right? And they would overlap. So she would say, well, this one's going here, but we already sent customers to here. So if it's here, this is how many are going to get sent. And she did all this work. The problem was everyone was always late. So everything you did, it didn't matter because it never went when they said it would. And so it would move. And I'm like, this is stupid because nothing that we tell them is ever true. So when I took over, I asked my boss, I said, I'm just going to stop doing it. And he's like, well, what do you think they're going to say? I'm like, why don't we just find out? And so I had 2 people ask me, hey, what happened to the meetings? I'm like, well, we just stopped doing them because they just never, really were reliable because everything's moved around. They're like, oh, okay. So I gained back a week of my time out of a month just by stopping doing something.
Yep. I did that when I was managing a group of people. That's all they did was reports. They coded reports, and
TPS report,
like the TPS report. That's about the equivalent of it. Absolutely, yes. So, I got in and my boss was saying, hey, we got way too many people tied up in this kind of stuff. You got to, your job is to do something about it. So I would just go randomly and tell people, all right, you shut that report off. Don't generate it no more, and shut this one off. And it would be sometimes 6 months before I'd have somebody say, I can't hit my reports. Where are they? I'm like, you haven't had them for 6 months. How badly do you need these?
Right. That's awesome. Right. I have to have these. You're like, you haven't had
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I love that. That was just phenomenal.
That's but the other one I'd say is I'm a big believer, and I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I did, because I knew it was a big thing. I did ask my boss, but I explained it and I pitched it really well, right? But I didn't just stop doing it entirely because I was like, yeah, I could get in a lot of trouble for that one. But yeah, I didn't ask the clients, which is, but I did have the okay from my boss to say, yeah, all right. So I'm like, well, what's the worst? That's the other thing is, what's the worst that could happen? So they don't have it for that month. We started it again. Okay.
Yeah.
Worth a shot. Yeah, we were doing some analytics earlier on the automator and looking at how many people have downloaded and what they're downloading and this and that. It was pretty interesting. It's a lot of fun getting back into little data analytics.
Absolutely.
We were also now, Shin, I don't know if you ever had the need, and I know I've talked to Steve about this before. Did you know, have you ever used the ADO database model?
No.
So it's built into every Windows computer since at least XP, maybe earlier. But you can use SQL to connect to text files or to databases or whatever with AutoHotkey, right? You can use, it's a COM object, you can connect to it. But so you don't have to bring any DLL files or executables or anything, right? And so we were like, hey, this is pretty cool because we don't have to provide a DLL. Some people, clients, can't download DLL files or executables. And so here's an approach. The problem is you can't create a database either. So you have to kind of have a blank database to start off with if you want to store your data. And you can
You were connecting to Excel spreadsheets, as I recall. I remember that one time you showed me. It's like, hey, watch. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I was also just opening CSV files and joining files, and then saving them or extracting them as tab delimited or whatever you want, but with millions of rows, and it's doing it really, really fast. There was just like, this is really cool. For the tool we were making at the time, we didn't go that route because we were stress testing a tool with 40,000 rows, and we got it where even with 40,000 rows, it was pretty fast without using a database. And we're like, look, we're not going to really gain. It's probably never going to be over 1,000 rows in reality. So we're like, there's no real reason to be using the database.
The ROI was just not there. Yeah,
exactly right. But it was still like, I want to put together a good use case and do some videos on it, because I think the majority of people don't even know it's there. And when you want to filter data or join data, SQL is crazy powerful.
It sure is.
I never got into that. I don't really use spreadsheets and stuff for the Microsoft Excel. What is that? The program?
Excel, yeah.
Yeah, I never really used that. I never got into it. So I know it's super popular. People on the forums, like every 5 posts on the front page is something with XML, but I don't really get that.
It's one of the we were considering creating a course on Excel just because it's a monster, right? Like compared to AutoHotkey, it's probably 1,000 times more popular easily compared to AutoHotkey.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
So do a course in Excel, and suddenly we have a way in to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And we still might. That's the one, because we also talked about API calls, but API calls, they're nebulous, and it's a really, really large topic, and there's so much to cover. And it's not really just AutoHotkey. You got to teach HTTP protocol and a crap load of other stuff. And then there's your parsing of data, the responses you get with either JSON or, XML or whatever. And it's just like, wow, it's a big topic. But Excel, yeah, that one, we could easily make a course of that. I have a good library. And it's, again, I used to use it for reporting. And I think I told you this, Steve, but Joey used to spend a week out of the month working on the email reporting. And when I came in, I got it down to where I'd be like, he's like, hey, can you run the reports? I'd be like, oh, I hit a button in about a minute and a half or 2 minutes. I would have like 3 times what he had done in a week, all done in better format, and it was just insane, right? But and I automated, they're beautiful too, because I actually, put in headers and colored them and locked columns and, made it pretty. And yeah, it was just all programming in Excel.
Yeah, because it was easy.
So, what was that? Was that Scott?
So, yeah. So, Joe, you used to do what I automated. So, what I automated this week, I made 3,500 YouTube shorts. I made the audio portions for about 300 different. Creating, I don't know, like 1,500 or 1,700 images, So
wow.
Yeah, it's insane. Like that's a year's worth of.
You're cutting out, unfortunately, but we got the highlight. Yeah. Maybe turn off your video if it's easy for you. But
maybe I can.
But yeah, it's still, I heard a lot of the 1,700 images and something else when it's a year's worth of.
Yeah, 1,700 images and 3,500 YouTube shorts.
Wow.
And
man,
I'm trying to think what else I did. Okay, so I also made audios, because most of my stuff on YouTube is all audio based. And I was able to make around 300 long form audios. And I'll just, like, next week I'll make videos to go with those audios. Also using automation.
Now, and are you using Descript or other stuff, or? Hello? I think I know him and I chatted some about using Descript, and he was saying if you train Descript, it gets even better. But I had signed up for a temporary account and had it typing out. I'm past so I can't run it right now. Otherwise, I would play it. But I could type stuff, and in my voice, it would play it back, and it was a little mechanical, but it was really close. It was really good.
Is that the one where it
Yeah, Descript is
it trains
amazing.
your voice and it can mimic it?
Right.
Yeah, it's Descript.
Okay.
It's amazing.
I did see a video of that a while ago, and I thought that looked very interesting, particularly for YouTube videos where you don't have time to narrate everything.
Right. Well,
Very
or
interesting.
if especially if you're doing a monologue, let's say, whatever, and you misspeak, instead of having the entire thing read, you could go back and just replace one word, and then it's like no one would notice with one word, like, hey, that was a computer doing that one word, probably. Right?
Yeah.
Although getting the computer to say is was not easy. Like trying to phonetically write it out, like how am I going to get the computer to say this thing properly? But yeah, it's and again, it's early days, right? Like again, Scott, I'm gonna mute you there. We muted you, Scott, just because we could hear everything. But yeah, it's very, very cool. Awesome. Anyone else done anything fun lately? See, we got 9 people watching. I'm glad to see other people don't have a life. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm like, but I just got to a point where I'm like, you know what? I have no interest in going out on New Year's.
Yeah.
Yeah, those days have passed for me as well.
Yeah, and Steve and I aren't even that far away, but I'm like, this is just as fun as hanging out, or almost as fun, close to it, right? Of like, it's just not worth driving on New Year's Eve. That's just asking for trouble, even if you're not even drinking, right? It's just, yeah, who needs it?
Well, I remember when I first moved here, my cousin lived in Fort Worth. And, we were talking on the phone and we hadn't seen each other in I don't know how many years. And I was like, oh, you live all the way over in Garland? Oh, man, that's all right. We can just talk on the phone,
Right, right. The irony. Yeah, you're in the same metroplex, but with traffic and all, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I arrived at my event, as you could tell, as I walked in the door, and I got greeted like Norm in Cheers. So I'm gonna let you guys go, man. Y'all have a great night. If you're recording this, that'd be awesome. I'd love to see how the rest of it goes.
It'll be on YouTube. Yeah.
And I may pop in here. I may pop back in here later. So,
cool.
All right, we'll talk to y'all later.
All right.
Thanks.
Enjoy.
See you later, man.
So I see a question says, where can the script that creates AHK projects folders available for download? It seems really helpful to keep files organized. The script, I think that's that's an Isaiah's script that he has. All it does is just creates, folders in certain subfolders. I asked him about it and he's like, oh yeah, we can share it. And then we just forgot about it. But it's, I mean, do either of you guys have one that would automatically create, like, let's say you hit a hotkey or whatever, and it would create, like, let's say 3 or 4 folders in a certain subfolder? I used to have one, and
I just copy and paste for as little as I do it,
Fair enough, right? Yeah.
I have a script that it's just a function that you supply a path and it'll automatically create all the folders to the end of that path.
Right.
I'm not sure if that's what they're talking
is.
about, but
No,
yeah, I think that is, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, it basically just splits the string up at all the slashes and checks if a folder exists. If it doesn't, create it.
Cool. Can you find it right now and just show us?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in my library folder.
Cool. Do you use Gist or GitHub, Shin?
Not really. I have 3 projects on GitHub, but I've never used it before, and I'm not really sure the best way to really utilize it.
I have a script that you have to go get your token, but it allows me to highlight the code, hit a hotkey, give it a title, and I think a description, and it goes and puts up a private gist, and then returns the URL and like the HTML version if you want to post it onto a website. But it's nice when you want to share it with people, right? So like, oh, I have a code I want to share with people. This way you can just give them a URL, and then it's, you know, you're not giving them the code, which emailing files which we were discussing earlier, right, can be problematic.
Okay, it's not in my library folder. It must be in a random script somewhere.
It's funny is I have to just hit the hotkey to launch it, and then while it's running, I go and say edit, and then I open, you know, I can get to the folder that way, because often I don't know where, you know, I'm like, man, you know, I think I know where something is, but usually I can remember the hotkey for it.
That's one of my problems. I make a really cool function, and then I copy it from one project to a newer, and then in the newer one I modify it even more, and then I keep doing that, and then I forget which project has the newest version. Because I really should just put it in the library folder, which I do for a lot of things, but when I forget, it's pretty rough.
Well, we actually ran into that just the other day. For the automator, we connect to it using MySQL. It's a WordPress site, but we use MySQL and we connect to it. And I can pull different lists on the database of who's either like in the hero group or who's purchased the intro to AutoHotkey course or whatever, right? Well, it pulls it, and then I have it in a list that I can, over on the right, I have a scintilla control showing HTML where I can send emails. And so I can do a mail merge also with the list. Anyway, Isaias had fixed something in the scintilla control before, and then he was trying to, he couldn't figure out why it wasn't rendering properly. This is years ago, he had fixed a bug. And so he was working on it, and he's like, Joe, I can't figure this out. He's like, can you help me work through it? And so I just sat here and played the rubber ducky. Well, what about this? What about this? And he's like, yeah, that's true. He's like, here, I'll show you. And then sure enough, we happen to know where something broke. And he's like, oh, what the hell is that? I'm like, all right, now we're getting somewhere, right? And it was exactly what you said, Shin. He had fixed it somewhere, but when he had copied over his thing, he didn't get the corrected copy.
Yeah.
So he was screwed because he knew he fixed it, so he wasn't considering that as a thing that was the problem, right? So his brain was skipping it.
Yeah, that's a good programming. You know how many times that happens where you get yourself totally wrapped up, and you got yourself convinced it's one way, right, and then you go to explain it to somebody, and it's like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's one of the things I keep encouraging people to do is to have a, you know, we all have, well, some of us, not me, have workout buddies, right? But you're more successful when you have a workout buddy. Coding's the same way, right? And have someone you can bounce ideas off of. And again, the whole, if you're not familiar with rubber ducky or what's the other one? Rubber ducky, and there's another one that they call it. The same concept though, is you talk to a thing, right? You explain your problem to an inanimate object, and when you're explaining it and vocalizing it, often your brain works differently when you're describing something, and suddenly you'll hear yourself say it and go, wait a minute, you know. And that's where actually Isaias, half the time when he says I'm stuck on this and he starts explaining it to me, he solves his own problem because he's explaining it to me, and he's like, oh,
yeah,
never mind.
Sometimes I do that with my friends. They don't know anything about programming. I'll be like, man, I can't figure this out. This memory issue, this and that. And they're like, oh, well, have you considered something? And it'll just be completely stupid. And I'll be like, yeah, okay, well, yeah, you know. But then I try and dumb it down, and I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe. I don't know, they're not very helpful, but it's fun. I mean, even though they don't know anything, I still just talk it out loud. Sometimes it helps.
Absolutely, right.
Early in my career, we used to have this other guy, Steve, that I worked with, and he would just come out of the blue with these, what seemed like at the time, the craziest ideas. You know, it's like, there's no way. Why would you want to do, you know, forget about it, you know? And then you come back to it 2 days later, and he's makes his point again, and it's just like your new perspective, and bingo. It's like, what was once an idiotic idea is now, dang, that's genius. That'll save us hours.
Right. right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is, it's also, I'm a big believer in naps, right? Even when I worked in corporate America, I would take a nap. Either I'd go out to my car and take a quick nap, or even at my desk, I just turn my back away from people and I could put my hand on my desk and hold my head up and I could take a quick, usually like 30-second, don't get me wrong, that's not a long nap. But I basically called it a reboot. All I needed to do was to drift into that subconscious mode. And when I'd come out of it, I felt like I slept for hours and I feel vitalized. But often the crazy part is dropping off into sleep, I would solve my problem. Like, I can't tell you how many times where when I have a problem and I'm like, I need to stop trying to solve it and go do something else or take a nap. And that idea, because your subconscious keeps working on it, right, for you. And it just jumps in your head and you're like, okay, I need to write that down, right? Or make a mental note. But yeah, it's crazy.
It definitely does work that way as well. Cause yeah, I get the same thing. And it's funny, I'll spend hours working on something and it's like super frustrating. I can't figure it out. And then as I'm sleeping, I'll think about it. And I'll go, oh wait, couldn't I do it this way? And I wake up in the morning and I'm like, I have to try that. And it's like, it works. It just works.
Right. Yeah. It took me a long time to realize because it's not intuitive, right? You think I'm going to keep working at it hard. I got to solve it. But usually what's also important is, even if you shift, the important thing is don't shift. Like, let's say you're working on function X and you can't get it to work in AutoHotkey. Don't shift to function Y in AutoHotkey necessarily. Switch to Python or switch to math or a whole different topic, right? Because that's, otherwise your brain is still focused like in the same area and it's not resting, if that makes sense.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
shift into something else that really your subconscious continues on for you. And suddenly you're like, hey, I have an idea. Sage was asking if I had a hot string or hotkey to bring another beer, and I foolishly told him, let me prove this, and I can show you. But so I messaged my wife. She hasn't brought me one though, so my hotkey's broken. Guess I'm out of luck. It's all right. I'd just be up peeing all night. Yeah. Oh, hey, Dwight. I haven't seen you in a while. Is anybody here on the chat? Is it already midnight for you? I assume maybe some people. I think, if I want to say Dwight was in Australia, maybe I'm wrong there. I think it's really confusing with people all over the planet when you talk to people in their time zones. I know Irfan had said he was going to join, but he's like 11 hours ahead of us. So this morning or today at noon, it was midnight for him in Pakistan, I think.
Yeah. I mean, definitely is going to be late for some people. I know I was a little bit late myself, but nice to get some people here anyway.
Yeah, I figured, again, compared to going out, and I mean, I'm not a big crowd guy in the first place. Usually because I don't have much in common with most of the people, right? Like, I don't know, anti-people. It's just I don't find most people interesting. It's people that I want to actually talk to. Steve and I, thankfully, we used to hang out a lot, and we could hang out and talk a lot of different topics, but still it was fun and interesting. But boy, some people just yeah, anyway, we're all different, and that's cool.
That's for sure.
That's not Dwight saying he's in South Carolina. Yeah, it's an hour ahead. And Shen, you're in the Northeast, you said?
Michigan, right?
Yeah, up in Michigan.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Is it freezing like crazy up there?
It's been pretty cold. I think the coldest we got was like -17 or something.
Oh,
but
my gosh.
it's not too bad right now.
It's 55 outside right now for us. We had a little bit of cold
I
last.
got 62.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. No wonder why you're in the Hawaiian outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at, I used to live in Buffalo, so I was looking at, I watched this webcam. It's from a pizza joint in my old neighborhood. And I was looking at the snow that they had there. It was just phenomenal. I mean, Monday morning, that webcam showed where they piled it up. It was about 15 foot high of a pile. Today, I look at it, it's down to maybe 3 feet.
Wow.
Well, it got into the 50s over there and started raining.
Oh.
And I think they're supposed to hit 60 there someday this week. So it's just like, 1 week you got major blizzard and the next you're hitting spring.
Alan said, "Me too, Steve. It was awful." He's up in New York. So had a warm snap. Yeah, I lived in Oregon as a teen and a little bit when I was older, but I have no interest in living anywhere where it snows that regularly or is that cold. Even Oklahoma City was too cold for me, for my preferences, I should say. Like I just like, just no. I think Dallas is nice because also we don't have the humidity that Houston, area has.
Right. Yeah, but the last thing I ever thought I'd do here is shovel snow.
Yeah.
Man, that I think it was like the second or third year we were here in a new, but we got hit with this like Christmas snowstorm, and it was 1.5 2 feet of snow. We didn't go anywhere for like a week.
Yeah. Well, and you've seen my car, Steve. I had this tiny red little car, right? But it's front wheel drive, and because I learned how to drive up in Oregon in the snow, I'm not like most Texan drivers, and I'm sure you're not either, Steve.
Yeah.
But I told my son, I'm like, most people don't understand how to drive in the snow, and so we have 7 acres here, so we went driving off into the field, and we didn't get stuck. And I'm like, it's a little car, but I'm like, it's light. And I was teaching him about momentum, and planning ahead and this and that. But it was funny, it's as with a lot of things, if you put some thought into it, you can get amazing things done. It's kind of like with AutoHotkey, right? You can get amazing things done with AutoHotkey if you just give it a little extra thought. Steve, I don't know I think I sent it to you, but I don't know if anyone else here is a fan of using Chrome, but I saw the update the other day where in the search you can search like your bookmarks now as a what do they call it? I forget what they called it, but you can type in bookmark in the search, and then I think it says, oh, hey, okay, we'll search your bookmarks for what you're searching for, right? So just kind of like your history as well and stuff. But I thought that was pretty cool, of a new thing they added.
Well, Google always kind of had that where you could like put it within a frame of reference in a Google search. Just put whatever the subject is or program you're working with, and then the colon, and then what you want.
Yeah. Well, and I do that a ton where I'll say, I'm looking for this, and then I say site colon, and then put the URL for what I want to use Google to search that site. Right. Which, yeah, that's awesome. But this is just with the Chrome browser, searching your own bookmarks.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's little things that you learn just a tiny bit, and it makes it so much more powerful. Like telling it what types of files to bring back as well. Right. Yeah, it's amazing. So Tom said he's still trying to get on. Still trying to get on, but I think my PC is finally months in its final months. Sad face. You can always use your phone, Tom. We won't judge. Just don't go drive anywhere like Scott was doing. That was funny. Yeah, Alan, I think it was Alan asked if anyone's made an AutoHotkey V2 resolution.
Oh, not yet. No, like like I was saying earlier, it's just I have so much stuff already in version 1. It would be a huge, like, I'd really have to sit down and think, all right, let me spend the next couple of days and migrate everything. But I mean, I definitely want to. It's just I don't have enough time, I think, right now to do that.
Yeah, because from my understanding, for the most part, you shouldn't really expect speed benefits. It's not necessarily any faster itself, right? It's just stricter, and so it'll be a little more tight when you're writing your code into how to do stuff. But yeah, I don't have to be faster or optimized necessarily.
It may be slightly faster, but you're not going to notice the difference between like AutoHotkey and like compiled language. You will not notice like that vast of a difference, but there might be minor things. I definitely like the fact that they changed, like for instance, var set capacity to like create buffer or something like that.
Yeah,
something that makes more sense.
But GSwig backported it to V1.
Oh, really?
Yeah, or he is working on it. I've seen it in the Git, coming through that he's been working on it. I also saw, I think even the map he is backporting to V1, which was really surprising, or something to do with the map. I saw that just the other day, but yeah, we were talking about it because I think it was in the hero group. We were talking just yesterday or maybe it's this morning with the what was it? The if when active, and hey, it was like, hey, this is deprecated. So you should use if and when active, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Because if when active, all one word, has been deprecated. But I was like, from my understanding, Lexicos, he's not putting 2 cents of time into V1, right? Like he is just done with V1. Unless it's a bug, he's not doing anything with it. So the chance of it actually disappearing from V1, I think, is very slim to none. Because we were talking about, oh, should I go rewrite my code to switch it? And we're like, you could, but it's going to work fine, and it's probably not going to.
Yeah, I don't even think there'd be much like difference speed-wise or anything. I don't know if you'd even notice a difference.
Hey, Tom. Oh, you there, Tom? Guess not. Nope. Hello.
Ooh.
Ah, there you are.
Okay, you can hear me good. I had to restart my computer like 2 times just to get this to work for some odd reason.
All right.
Time to start looking at new computers and what I want to build next. It's a gaming rig, but it's 10 years old, and I've upgraded parts, but it's to the point now where I would have to upgrade like everything. So I'm like,
yeah,
upgrade, get another 2-3 years out, or just build a whole new one and get another 10-15 years out of it.
Yeah, I spend a lot of money and time buying a really kick-ass motherboard that will last for, like you said, like usually at least 8 to 10 years.
Yeah,
and it's amazing how comparable they are, because I bought a solid motherboard at the beginning with a good CPU also. And yeah, that's amazing how we were talking about that some in technology, right? It's not advancing nearly as fast as it was, 5 years ago, right? In the speed of technology of hardware.
yeah.
But I'll say also, when you get an M2 drive, woo, look out. Those are so fast. You think SSDs are fast, but the M2s are like 100 times faster than the SSD drives.
A funny thing that so my dad, he does a lot of technology, went to school and stuff, and every so often he has to go back to school to learn like the new stuff that's coming out.
Yeah.
And something they do that I always thought was kind of funny, but like I'm starting to see why they do this, is they learn theoretical stuff. So they're like, theoretically, one day we'll have computers that can run on diamonds. And they're like, we don't know if it's possible. It's just theoretical. But he had to learn it just in case it ever happened. And we're actually now starting to see them use this kind of technology that they theoretically taught him 10 years ago.
Right.
And it's just like, it's so weird to see that like happen.
I think I saw something about that with using light instead of actually,
and they use like the diamonds to help transfer the light somehow or something. But yeah, it's like he learned about that theoretically like 10-15 years ago, and they're like, it could never happen. And here we are today with it. And it's like he already understands a little bit of what's happening before most consumers even know that exists yet.
Which
That's pretty funny.
so oh good, Chunji. So Chunji is who I was thinking you were, not that you were him, but when I was thinking where you lived, I was thinking because Chun, and he left. He's I think in Portland, Oregon, or somewhere in Oregon. But yeah. Anyway, so Tom, we were talking a bit about Chat GPT and how fast it's growing, right? Like, and that's where I'd say hardware is proceeding and we're getting faster, but the software, strides we're making in AI, like that is where we're getting mind-boggling speed, not in speed, excuse me, but performance gains, right, in knowledge. Hey, Chunji.
Sorry, I missed what you were saying. Or
Oh, no worries. How you doing?
interesting thing. I asked Chat GPT, like, give me an estimated time on doing something, and it was like, why? It would be, it's not measurable because there's no limit on CPU. And I was like, you don't choose how much CPU you have.
That's awesome.
You could be running on an old computer. So it didn't really understand what I was getting at, but I thought it was fun. It was coming off kind of cocky, like, oh, I could do it immediately because there's no CPU bound.
Right. That's hilarious. Well, and right, it's a good point of scope or not scope, but context matters. And in that system, it doesn't matter. But right, for us mortals, with computers, yeah. I read an article, I'll put it in the newsletter. It's not a big one, but and everyone here I think gets it, but it just said, ready to buy a new computer, like instead get an SSD drive if you don't have one, because that alone, if you're using an old, standard hard drive, an SSD drive, or if you're lucky enough that your motherboard will take an M2 drive, it can make your old computer like new.
I think a lot of that as well is the if you already have an SSD, the quality makes a big difference. Like having like one of the flagship Samsungs will be a lot faster than like a $30 one you bought off like eBay or something, But yeah, the NVMe's are as good as you can get right now. They're also similarly priced, so there's really no reason not to get one, unless you don't have the slots, I guess.
Right, they've come down a lot in price from when I got one when I built this system. And it wasn't cheap at the time, but I'm like, yeah, for the performance difference, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm getting one. I wish I was building it now.
Yes, yeah.
Maybe when I finally switch to Windows 11, I will get a bigger one because I didn't get a big one at the time, and it's hurt me because it's my main C drive, and it's just I wish it was bigger. That's what she said.
It's true though. I mean, that's the one thing that's nice about the old hard drives is that you can get really high capacity ones for decent prices. But especially with everything getting bigger, like even like games are over 100 gigabytes now, some of them. So you really need that extra space.
Speaking of which, and this was several years ago on eBay, I saw it was used or refurbished, excuse me. Which still to me, okay, it's used, but it was like an 8 terabyte hard drive for like $200 or something. I mean, it was really reasonably priced. And so I was talking to Maestri at the time, and I knew he would never buy this thing. And I'm like, why not? Why don't I try it? I can guess my money back or whatever. So I got it, and I'm still using it. I mean, like it was
all right.
Wow.
And I don't on that one I have a lot of digital movies, like VHS stuff, right? that I just that I was put on there, and so I'm like, I don't care about the speed. It doesn't have to be fast. I just wanted something large that I could back up, and I have all my install programs and everything. They're all on my hard drive. I'm like, oh, it's awesome. I don't even have. Do you have a CD drive in your computers? I don't have one in this computer. Okay.
I do have one, but I never use it.
Okay.
Same here, yeah.
The only time I use it is when I buy some cheap Chinese thing online and it comes with the crappy little
Driver, yeah.
And you can't find the software anywhere else. You have to use it.
Well, you know what they did with those I bought several of these smaller keyboards that I showed you earlier, Shin, like this. I bought several
Yeah.
because I was playing with them, right? Several of them came with a QR code, and it
Oh
said,
yeah.
"Scan this and go. It'll give you your download." And I got them, and they had some crappy software.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was glad they didn't give me a disc, because I'm like, I don't have one on this computer. I'm like, I have one on one of the other computers, but it would have been annoying to have to do
Yeah.
that. Scott says he has one. He used to drive one time because the custom wanted the CD. Yeah. Yeah. And I still have somewhere, I think it's a dual layer Blu-ray disc writer.
Yeah.
Where back again when hard drives were sort of expensive, and I'm like, okay, I'll buy the Blu-ray writer and I can swap out. Now I have like 50 blank Blu-ray discs, that are just sitting here because I never write to them. Does anyone use? Oh, that's funny. Sorry, Pucha, I didn't see what you just wrote. Does anyone use Blu-ray disc for cold storage backup of legacy data? I can't see it, but I have a spindle of discs that are my backup discs. They're really like, those are mostly CDs, and the early ones are CDs. This is from like 20 years ago, right? That I had switched to DVDs. That lasted me for a long time, and then I think I wrote a couple Blu-rays. But it's been, now everything I have is under Dropbox. Well, everything that I really would care if it disappeared is under Dropbox, and so I'm like, whatever, I don't care. I'm just still, and I haven't seen anything new about it, but with Windows 11, because I'm sure most of you guys have seen my videos, I have my taskbar on the side, on the side of the screen. And with Windows 11, they still haven't let you do that yet. And I'm just not, I'm not switching until they fix that. Or
That's actually funny that you say that. That's the reason I haven't switched either. I actually have mine on the top of my screen for a specific reason. And when I saw that they didn't let you move it around, I was like, well, it seems like they're taking away a bunch of stuff. I mean, why would I go do that when I have everything I need here already? So
Giant leap backwards.
yeah, I didn't understand that.
And it's like, what were we talking about earlier? With V2, there's not a lot of new functionality. Like, there's not a lot of, oh, if you switch to Windows 11, you get this. There's not a lot of, extra bells and whistles, really. So I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. The swing holder tray. What?
Oh yeah, right. Couple.
Oh yeah.
That reminds me, I think in the IT crowd, at one episode, what's the guy with the big hair? I can't think of his name. But he was talking, and he's like, "Oh, here, birdies," and he feeds them, and they're nested in the CD tray. They're the little birds chirping. Oh, it was funny. Ross. Hey, Al.
Hey guys,
How's it going? Are you here twice?
just the computer. I was having trouble getting it on the iPhone. No webcam.
Cool. No worries. Awesome.
Now, what was that show? It was IT guys, right? Isn't that what?
IT crowd. Yeah.
IT, yeah.
Oh, it's such a funny show.
Yeah. Thank you for turning me on to that. That was just
They
one of the few things I binge watched.
they nailed so many things of, if you've ever worked at a big corporation, like the living in the cubicle life, like they nailed a lot of that environment. They nailed the nerds and the two types of nerds, right? Where I think we're more like, it's not Ross. Who's the other guy's name? I can't think of his name.
I can picture him now. Yeah,
the curly haired guy. We're closer to, most of us are closer to him, but some of us are a little more nerdy, right? G-Swig, I would say, is more on the nerdy side, right? But he's so technical, and then half the people can't understand what he's saying, because he's so smart, right? And I'm not making fun of anybody. It's just people sometimes their intelligence gets in the way of stuff when they can't communicate and just hang out and have a beer, right? And just like talk. My Surface Pro runs much faster with Windows 11 compared to Windows 10. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know if they optimized any memory or anything.
I mean, it's going to be different for everybody. I know some people love it. Some people it just breaks their games or their programs and they can't use it. It seems like with Windows, it's every other launch is amazing. So Windows 12 is going to be awesome. I can't wait for it.
Right. Yeah.
Like in 2032. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is kind of funny though, Shin. I think you nailed it on that one, right? There's like the Windows 3.1 was or 1.1 was decent. And then there was it ME or Vista was in between there, and then there was XP, which lasted a long time, but then you had the either XP or ME and Vista.
I think it was ME, XP, Vista 7, 8.1.
And then 7 was good,
yeah.
right?
7 was good, yeah.
And then 8 was horrid.
No, it's like a phone on your computer. I didn't get it.
I only saw one article talking about that, but supposedly, according to what I was reading there's like 2 teams and they'll, work on and off.
Interesting. Yeah.
So, because
believe it, yeah.
you don't write you don't do a whole operating system in
So
1
you
or
have
2
your A
years.
team and your B team is what you're telling
Right.
us.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh no, it's the B team's turn.
Anyways, don't quote me on it because I haven't seen it all over the internet, but I
Yeah.
read it one place and sounded legit to me.
Well, it's fun to make fun of the giants, right? And Microsoft. I used to love Excel. Like it was amazing. It was such a great tool for reporting, for graphing. When I worked in market research, it was phenomenal. And then when the one with the ribbon came out, I literally bought IHateTheRibbon.com because it was horrible. It was just a shitty experience and whatever. And see, the thing is, of course, I worked in market research, right? Microsoft did research. They knew both people hated the ribbon. They knew people hated Windows 8. But they're like, we know better. This is better for people. A little bit more efficient. So we're going to push through it. And, in both those times, it came back to bite them. They were actually removing the ribbon on some tools now and reverting back to other, Windows. The ribbon's not a bad idea. It's just poorly implemented. Context, which we all know, context sensitive stuff. When I click in here, having some things context sensitive to be aware where I am and offer me different stuff, it's not a terrible concept. The problem is it needs to be well organized, and I don't think they did a good job at all at being organized.
Yeah, the only good thing about the ribbon is it would actually let you edit some of the order of things, but most people never knew that. And
No.
also the Alt key.
No, at the first time when they came out, you could not. They changed that after a couple years, and that's when they finally changed it. I said, okay, I'm gonna. I saw a friend of mine at where I worked, basically he couldn't get a job. He got let go, that he couldn't get a job, and technology was passing him by. And I said, I can't be like this guy. I gotta get on board. But thankfully, at that point, they had made it where you could customize it. And I'm like, okay, I can live with it if I can customize it. But when I couldn't tweak it, that drove me insane. But again, they know better, right? Like, oh yeah, freaking brilliant people. Ugh. Oh, I see someone wrote a big thing in the chat here in Zoom.
That was me.
Okay. The concept of without any CPU constraints is not going to complex artificial intelligence, AGI. Chunji, have you been using Chat GPT?
Oh, only always.
Nice, that's awesome.
Yeah, I use it at work. I use it for making up kids' homework, all sorts of stuff.
That's awesome.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah.
if you want to try and invent kids like math homework, if eventually you start doing like 8 + 8, and then you'll say, okay, well, what next? And it's like hard for a human mind to just like pull a totally random thing. So you'd be like, okay, how about 8 + 2? And so you just got to get stuck in these patterns. Whereas if I ask the bot, hey, can I have like 20 or 30 math questions suitable for a 3rd grader?
Right.
It's like done.
Wow.
There you go.
And not saying that you're not capable, Chunji, but it kind of lets you off the hook too, right? Where you're like, it's this thing did it. And you don't have to feel, if the kid doesn't get it or whatever, it's a little bad, but it's a little, you're like, hey, it's what it came up with, man. Like you got to get through them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you this though, it was funny, and thank you when my wife left, but when my son was younger, we used flashcards, and he would learn them for the math stuff. And for fun one time, I'm like, okay, and I think it was the multiplication table stuff. I'm like, let's time it and we'll see how fast you can get through the deck, and then we'll see how fast mom can get through the deck. and my son burned through them so much faster. It was really funny.
Oh,
Like,
you know what else I used it for that's really working well for me?
Yeah.
I use this graphing library for web stuff, and it's always kind of complex because, like, if you want to go from like a horizontal bar to a graph, like an area chart, you kind of got to restructure all the data. And I don't really like thinking about that and like figuring it all out. So I'll just give Chat GPT a little array of data, and I'll say, can we put this into a line chart or a bar chart?
right.
And it'll just spit me JavaScript back, and I almost have to do no changes. I just put it in, and a project that probably would have taken me a day of tinkering just took like 20-30 minutes.
Yeah. So this morning I was telling Isaias, I had exported the orders on the automator. The orders are, an email address, the name of a person, what the download was, if there was a price. Almost always it's free, right? But sometimes the courses and a couple of things there's prices, and it's a relational file. And of course in the field this here, it's, it just depends on what the download was. Well, to restructure this in a flat file where we have one row for a given email address with the different downloads, and each download is structured in the right column. So all the columns for the AutoHotkey toolkit are all in one column, and all the ones for the hero meeting are in one column. Like, that's not a simple thing to do. I was showing him, I had a macro in SPSS where it made it really easy. But to your point, Chunji, there's no reason why Chat GPT can't tackle that thing in a heartbeat, right? And
yeah, well, it's like I've done this graph before, and sometimes I don't know what graph is going to look right or work well with the data. But with Chat GPT, I just give it a little sample. I don't want to fill it with 200 lines or whatever, and I'm just like, what can we reformat this for a line chart? Can we reformat this for a pie chart? And yeah, it was, because normally I'd have to loop the array and do all this stuff, and it wants the labels in a different array, so you got to do all that. And it was just like,
well, and that was what I was alluding to earlier too, is have the tool create all of them. Just throw all of them out there. Let me quickly look at them and evaluate which one I think is best. And that's what humans do really well, right? We can compare and make decisions very quickly.
Well, they have that update now where you can jump back to your old chats. So yeah, I'll maybe ask that.
Well, now, Chunji, are you using the API or just straight up
I just use the website right now.
So we were really disappointed because we're using both, right?
Uh-huh.
And the API, it doesn't have that history, which is really weird. Like, you can't continue a conversation, which we were like, well, that's a really big advantage, of this overall tool. And who knows why it's not available at the moment, but I'm sure it will be. And Chunji, I don't remember, have you switched to V2 or considering?
Confession. I paid Geek Dude because I can't.
You were the one.
I got really addicted to his HTML GUIs.
Yeah. I actually talked to him about that. He didn't mention you, but he's like, yeah, someone's paying me to convert this to V2. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was my one hang up. Like, I'm interested in all the new features and stuff, but I can't go back to just classic GUIs.
Right.
So that was my one hang up. So yesterday and today I've been messing with V2 a lot.
Cool.
And some frustrating things.
Yeah.
I wish Isaias was here so I could have someone to gripe to.
Right.
But I think, AutoHotkey, it's more of my fun thing. So if I get a fun new box of toys, it should be good.
Cool. Have you at all done any comparisons and optimization, like speed, just seeing if there's any differences?
No.
Okay.
you know, it's
I don't expect there to be any real significant differences, but I was just curious if you'd.
well, one thing that was coming up in Discord chat yesterday or so was, I guess there was, you know, as we know, AutoHotkey uses kind of a COM object for objects and arrays, which can slow it down considerably. And at one point, V2 had like a real in-memory array or object, but apparently Lexicos or whatever has gone back to that COM object style. So I don't know the history and reasoning about that. You know, knowing those guys is probably a good reason.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I had something random that I thought was pretty funny for New Year's with I saw this post, but it was on Reddit, and it was very simple, but I was like, this could be very useful for people. It's a hot string that if you type in the year 2022, you get a tray message saying 2023 now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I was like, that's
you're right where you're going with
a
it.
pretty good idea, actually, for
Yeah,
how simple of
right.
a script it is.
Right. Hey, dummy. Yeah. Yeah.
Let it time out after a couple weeks would be great.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know, yeah. Well, I was gonna say the other one is I don't know about you guys, but like I think maybe I wrote one check in the last year. Like it's so rare that I actually write anything, you know, by hand. I know that you're talking about typing, Tom, but it is funny how like when I'm writing, I really screw that one up a lot. But when I'm typing it pops in, I don't know why, but it pops in my head really quickly that the year, you know, has changed. I don't know why that's different, but when I'm handwriting it, I can't control it. I write the last year for a long time. I guess it's muscle memory when I'm writing my sloppy ass cursive, but typing, I have numbers aren't my best suit on typing, so I have to think about it. Yeah, Tom, that's what I was gonna say. Was it was weird. Your mic was fine, and then it dropped out a little. Mostly you were there. We heard you, but that is a fun one. Does anyone have any New Year's resolutions besides V2 or something?
No, not
One-
really.
One weird thing about V2 is I wasn't very interested when it was in beta, even
Yeah.
though I knew there were new features and stuff. But then one day I woke up, I saw the Automator, sup Joe, had a video, V2 is official, or whatever it was, I forgot the title.
Yeah.
And ever since that, I was like, you know what? Let's get ahead of this.
Right. Well, what we've been telling people for 6 months is at the bare minimum, go through all of your current code and add the requires V1, you know, 1.1 in it. So when you do start in V2, it's not crazy to try to figure out, well, which is V1 and which is V2, right? Like, because that's the one I didn't want to have to deal with. So we did a lot of our scripts.
Mm-hmm.
And
Don't actually use that. If you have the requires in there and somebody runs it and they're not on the right version, will it tell them that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I actually just got a message yesterday from somebody and it's like, I have an error. It says doesn't know what class is. And I'm like, well, maybe you're running a different. Well, actually,
so
if they were running the old version of AutoHotkey, would it tell them? Like
well,
version 1?
Well, what happens is, and I forget the actual version. Let's just make it up. The requires directive is a pretty recent addition to V1 and of course in V2, right? So when you use it, if you're running it and your version of AutoHotkey is 1.3, but it was added in 1.5, it automatically breaks because it doesn't know what the requires directive is, right? So that's what I've seen most people is like when it actually breaks, it's because your version of AutoHotkey, your initial one, doesn't know what the requires command is. Not that you're not running the right version, but
That
it
makes
does
sense.
keep it compartmentalized. So if you say 1.1 anything versus 2 point whatever, it doesn't think of them as the same. So it doesn't say, well, 2 is newer than version 1, so you're fine, right? So if you say it requires version 2, you have to have version 2. Now, there's also an install script that they now have and a little tool that will evaluate your code. It looks for the requires command. If the requires command isn't there, it evaluates your code and says, oh, this looks like V2. We're going to launch it with that. Or it looks like V1. We'll launch it with that. On my computer, it actually added like a 4-second delay to launching scripts. But it didn't for Isaiah's, and I don't think for most people. So I think that was something with my system. So I'm like, I'm not going to complain. But yeah, you can absolutely have both, right? And it should decide for you which one to use to launch it.
Okay, I was just mostly interested because I do get that question a lot of people on the wrong version give me a generic error that doesn't tell me anything, but I just assume it's because they have the wrong version. So it'd be a lot easier if the error said requires this, and then I could be like, well, just read the error, then go get the right version.
Right. And it was actually, it stemmed because that one day I reached out to Isaiah's. I'm like, why don't we also have like the bitness in it? And like, I think I was the one that brought up bitness. And so he asked Lexicos, like, have you given thought about adding this? And I don't know if Isaiah also suggested the encoding or whatever, but they added that as well now. So now you could say it requires V1.1 whatever, 32-bit or 64-bit, and the encoding level, right? Whether ASCII or UTF-8. I think all of V2 is UTF-8 if I remember right, so it's not relevant there on the encoding. But it was really nice to have that if you're using a certain library that requires a certain bitness, right? It was because that hung a lot of times we would use a COM object that requires 32-bit, and it would break. Yeah. And this way you can negate that issue.
Well, guys, I need to drop off. Happy New Year, everybody. Enjoy. Good hanging out with you for a while.
Good seeing you, Steve.
You haven't.
Well,
see you, man.
We'll get
Cheers,
together.
my friend.
All right.
Happy New Year. Anyone else have any New Year's resolutions or anything? Anything going on? Or working on anything fun in AutoHotkey or some other programming language?
Well, one of my, if you can hear me properly,
Yeah.
One of my goals was to hit 3,000 subs, and I just barely made it.
Nice.
Good job.
Maybe I'll get another 70 in the next hour and a half.
Cool. That's awesome.
But I don't know. I was happy I got that close. I thought it was a bit of an extreme
And Tom,
goal, but I got pretty dang close.
That's awesome. I haven't seen you on the Friday calls for a little bit, so we haven't talked about chat. Are you using Chat GPT to help you at all with your overall business with your videos and stuff?
Yeah, I've done it. I've used it for a little bit. I actually have a video coming out next in a few days that is kind of just an introduction to it and just kind of what it does. But I have used it to write emails actually.
Oh, cool. Good.
And I'm just like, I need a template with XYZ, and it'll just write it out. And then it'll show me where the blanks are that need to be filled in.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so cool. I mean, it's not even just for coding, but just life in general. It's pretty crazy.
Have you seen the Chrome extension? I think it's called Magic. Something.
Nah.
It honestly, if I didn't have AutoHotkey, I'd look really hard at it. Since I have AutoHotkey, I know how to do a lot of stuff. To me, I'm like, yeah, it's neat. But if I wasn't coding with AutoHotkey, it allows you to do some of the stuff you just described, but also, like, let's say you're in LinkedIn and you write an email for Shin, and then you're like, hey, for these other profiles, adapt it just like for Tom and Chunji and Alan, and it will automate the rest of it across the other things you had open, right? Using like, that's awesome.
Look, baby, you're on YouTube.
That's awesome. Adorable.
My youngest daughter.
I'm guessing she can see herself in the
yes,
camera.
let me make it bigger and she'll go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
Hello, YouTube.
we're gonna see, like, when you look at the analytics of this video, it's all flat, and then suddenly it spikes really high. It's like, yeah, the baby comes on and rocks it.
Give the baby some New Year's cheer, then you get really a lot of views, and I'll get a jail sentence.
She 6 months, maybe a little. How old?
Oh, this baby, she just turned 1.
Oh, really? Oh, sorry. Okay.
I like
Yeah.
this baby.
Oh, this
Yeah, I
baby's
guess
name-
she's standing.
Oh,
so
you know
okay.
what?
Yeah.
So I don't really talk about this in chat or anything, but I'll tell you guys on video. This baby's name is actually AI.
We're gonna see a movie. Well, I already saw her movie, so yeah.
Yeah. She has the Japanese name for love, which is I.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Spelled in English, AI.
That's awesome.
So you're gonna be famous in the future too.
Right.
Everybody's talking about you.
You're gonna
Reserve
dominate
her reserve her channel name.
Anyway, yeah, so Tom, also what I would say, and actually I know Chunji and Shin both have YouTube channels too, right? But I have been going back on some of my past videos and saying, hey, rewrite this headline, to be more clickbaity, and include some emojis, and like, wow, it does a great job.
Oh,
the
yeah.
other one that what Azash and I do, we have a formula where when we first start, we make sure we have our little intro of, like, the first minute where we explain what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
And we don't script it, or we write like a bullet point of here's what we're going to talk about, but they're boring. And then so I took the bullets that we wrote and I said, Chat GPT, make this more exciting. And the stuff it comes up with, I was like, Jesus, like, God, I'm boring. I'm like, wow. So yeah, if you're not already doing that, do that as well, because it was just.
No, it's funny you say that, because a few months ago I started doing that. I didn't think about using the chat one for it, the AI. I've been using one that's specific for YouTube. It's called Video IQ, and it's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
It's an AI that's specific for like YouTube channels,
right?
And it can look at your previous history on what you've used,
How well
what's got
it's
clicks. So
right.
it learns from your channel, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So I've been using that, and I have been going back whenever I have free credits that I don't need. I'll pick a random video and redo it. Starting with the lower performers.
Speaking since several of us here are YouTubers, let me just share that screen, which is somewhere over there. Is that 3? Yeah.
And just for the fun of it, I made a TikTok channel. Just to see how it did.
So, oops. This is a video. Oh, hold on. Let me bring it. I'll show you this, by the way. So I can say p.yt. So I have hot strings, of course, to navigate to a lot of the folders, right? So I'm going to drag in a thumbnail. Now this is how Google now you got to make sure you hit I'm not a robot, right? So this is how Google sees your thumbnail. And then what's interesting is this is the logo, but it associated with this Andela, which isn't the automator, which is a bummer, but it'll show you the text, right, of what text is, what it sees. So it was really interesting to me to think about how Google, not humans, but how the computers are seeing it, because of course this will go into your tags and not just tags, but I think much more important than tags on YouTube nowadays is it will evaluate what the thumbnail is saying your video is about and use that to weight, if they're going to show it to people. So I thought that was
I love the safe search. It's like violence, unlikely.
Yeah,
Spoof possible.
Right.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, what I've been hoping, I tried create, and I've seen a couple. I watched a video today, and I had like 11 links from the video for different AIs to try for different start thing. It was all about you using AI with YouTube, and a few of them, many I had heard about and tried. Some of them were just copyright sites, and one of them was Canva, which I know Canva has AI built into it, but I don't know about you guys, but creating the thumbnail overall, I would love to automate a lot of that. Even though it's easy, it's just still, it's time. It's just
It's
a time dump.
boring, to be honest.
Right.
I find it boring.
Right. So I was hoping, but I don't know if you guys have used the image ones enough. I was surprised. I've taken my like bare bones, like this isn't a good example. Normally I have the Automator logo here, the AutoHotkey logo here, and then some text, right, with a yellow background. I took that and I used, and I forget what they were. There was a couple of the image ones, AIs, and I said, hey, create a thumbnail with this verbiage, and it came up with crazy results. You know, it was like, yeah, it's not, at least the ones I was using, or I wasn't giving it the right directions, right? Maybe I should have said, create a YouTube thumbnail with this text displayed properly or something. But have you guys tried that at all? Is there, am I just using the wrong one or asking the wrong question?
I haven't done anything with thumbnails. Recently I released a video where the entire video was made by an AI.
Oh, did you? I've seen those. Yeah.
I literally just kind of put in a few sentences, maybe 5 sentences, one for each chapter. And it took it, wrote the entire script, turned it into a voice, found video clips, and pieced it all together and spit out a video, like a 2-minute video. And it was just like so crazy. Now, it wasn't perfect,
No.
but I that's the whole point of, I just uploaded it, how it spit it out to me. So there's a few things in there that are a little iffy, but I was like, you know, here's how it did it raw with me not even correcting it or making any changes. And I was very impressed. But yeah, it's like a 2-minute, 30-second video that an AI made just from me typing a few sentences in.
Well, in Scott, he's not on here now, but he's been using Descript for, you know, a while. And in Descript, I'm sure they have in other AIs too, you can remove sections of time where you can remove ums and uhs, but you can also remove gaps. And I've noticed more and more, the more videos I watch, the more really, really tightly connected each sentence or every word is. And I'm curious if it's just me that I'm old, but I'm like, I watch them and I feel they're draining. Like there's no pause. There's no time for me to kind of think about what they said. It's such a vomiting.
Yeah, frenetic. Yeah, like I Axel Fubler. I don't exactly know how to say his name. He's on Discord.
Yeah, I know.
They are on Discord. They are like very like V2 proponent. Let's say
AutoHotkey all the way channel. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It hits like every point way too fast, and I have to pause it and like look at everything that's going on screen and like digest it. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, there's a lot of repeating the same 10 seconds a few times and being like, oh, okay, that's what he said.
Okay, good. Then I figured part of it's just that I'm older and I kind of like things, you know, in a certain way.
Either it's wrong or we're all getting older.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Both could be correct answers.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. But it is funny is I do think, I mean, humans, you need, when you're learning, it's most important when you're learning something new. And that's where Isaias actually, he's like, hey, watch this. And it was like Python explained in 90 seconds or something like that, right? It was some topic explained in 90 seconds. And you talk about vomiting information, like the stuff they were throwing at you so fast. And because it was a different topic for me, if it was on AutoHotkey, I could have kept up and said, I get everything. But it was a new topic. And I'm like, on a new topic, I can't absorb information at that speed. You know, I needed to be slowed down and pretend it's like from the South or something and be like, yes. But yeah, I do think it's good to have pauses and, you know, take your time and don't be rushed. You also like the jump cuts and crap, and like that's what Tom, you're saying of the AI generated video. A lot of the videos, ironically, of course, on AI, I think are fully done by AI, and you can see it because there's no person talking, and it's just clip to clip of B-roll over and over with all this crappy stuff that we're supposed to think is looking cool. And I just find it really annoying, and often I don't dislike because we're YouTubers, right? It's rare I dislike a video, but I don't like it and I don't watch it.
Yeah, Nah, it was just really cool. It was an experiment. It was interesting, but it definitely doesn't stand up to the standards of the newer ones. Because it's been around for a while, but it's not great.
By
I
the
forget
way-
what I used, but
Sorry for interrupting you, Tom. I was on I had joined a program from Pat Flynn, who's a big YouTuber, right? Does a lot of stuff. And in this program, they had Salma Joffrey, who's a big YouTuber, teaching people how to make YouTube videos. And so she was on a call. So I joined it, and it was a Zoom call just like this, but there's like 30 people, right? So it was really casual, like, you know, small group of people talking and asking questions. It was a lot of fun. But there were a couple ahas I had out of that call. One was she says, and this is what I didn't do, but we're starting to do now, is someone said, do you script your entire video? And she said, yes and no. She's like, what I do is I script certain parts of it, but I hit record, and then I sit here and I read, and then I do that part, and then I just let the recording go while I stop and read the next section, you know, and then I get it down, and then I say it, and then she just goes and edits after the fact, right? And I'm like, that's smart, right? I like that approach, because I don't nearly put enough bullets. You know, we start off with bullets, and then we kind of talk to them, but we definitely could be better. I thought that was a good aha. The other big one was I put, like I have right now above me here, this URL. I put this up early in my video when I have a script to share, and I really shouldn't do that at the beginning, because a lot of people will see it, go, I don't need to watch the video, and just click away and download it, right? So I should wait to put up that link. Of course, most of us still, we put it in our descriptions, right? Which I still think we should. But I was
but even that's a double-edged blade sword, or whatever the saying is, because I have people who all the time are like, they'll ask a question about the script, and I'm like, did you watch the video? Because I literally explained this in the video.
right.
And I'm like, or did you come to my site, copy and paste the script, and assumed it would just do everything you wanted? And I'm like, I literally explain in the video, like, hey, here's how you change a sleep in case your computer's slow or something, or whatever.
And Tom, you and I actually did a joint video on like the bad questions we get, right? And and people will comment on a whole different video.
Yes.
Hey, this doesn't work. And you're like, what's this? Like, what are you even talking about? And then
you're
it's
so
some random
confused.
thing. Yeah.
I haven't figured out the cause yet, but people's attention span is incredibly small.
Yeah.
I think we know some of the reasons, obviously.
Well, there's actually a study done by like Yale University or something, where they were saying that every generation, because of the internet and how fast paced our world is attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. You know, people are getting used to watching YouTube videos, which are very short compared to TV shows. Well, now we're also seeing, you know, TikTok shorts,
right,
where content's just moving. And so every generation, you know, because of these, you know, fast-paced world, the attention spans, especially if you start them out young, it is actually affecting them in the long term. You know, I've even noticed with myself, my attention span's gotten shorter compared to when I was younger because of just YouTube.
One thing I was thinking about last night.
What were you talking about?
My grandmother had like a coastal rental place, and there was no internet. There was no Airbnb. People had to call her, schedule a time. Oh, do you have this date? Do you have that date? Oh, what's the price? That would drive me up the wall. Absolutely up the wall. Whereas now, my mother owns the place now, and you know, everything, Airbnb takes care of everything. But it's just, it's kind of funny to me thinking about it, like what we used to put up with time wise. Whereas now I could almost not handle people asking me 2 or 3 questions about, you know, the car I'm selling or whatever.
Well, this is where I wish Steve was here, just so we could laugh about it. But for the most of my life, cell phones weren't a thing, right? Like in traveling and trying to coordinate with people and stuff, it sucked, you know, like it was a lot of work. And oh mercy, you know, technology has made our world so much simpler and easier, and for the most part, to me, better. But yeah, there's definitely some trade-offs that come with it.
Back in the day of Rolex. Rolexes, or what are those
Yeah,
things?
Rolodex.
Rolodex.
Yeah.
Not there yet.
My mom had a giant one at home under her work or home desk. I remember using that thing.
Yeah, it's
Well, did you ever use the rotary phone?
Yes, we had one.
I feared that thing,
my grandmother had
but I
one.
eventually learned it.
That's funny.
yeah, especially like, so area codes, they actually, because of the rotary phone, and it was such a pain to dial something with a 0 or 9 or whatever, right? Because it was so much further.
Mhm.
That's why densely populated areas like New York and Los Angeles have lower number area codes. So it was fewer people, more people
Well,
have.
are you sure that's not just they started on the East Coast and oh wait, no, on the West Coast we got 5
It was
and
like
9.
212 in New York, and then like not until after the cell phone era or like the touch tone era, at least DTMF, there was like 917 and 718. All that came in after in New York City.
Right.
At least.
Right. If you guys have ever watched like Perry Mason, it's funny is at the beginning of phones, like, and I don't mean the very, very beginning, but within a few years of phones being around, you would tell people like the name of the location and then like a 4-digit number. You're like, I'm trying to call Rivadera 9738. And it was all, of course, humans doing the shit and connecting people. And it, again, it's just it's amazing where we've come, right?
Oh yeah. My mom
haven't-
actually grew up
I
on a
haven't
farm.
read the whole thing of switchboard operators, but that's crazy to me that you'd have a human sitting there connecting
Operator.
it. Whereas now it's like there's no human amount of people that could solve that.
Right. What were you
Oh
saying?
yeah. My mom actually grew up on a farm, and her entire street had the same phone number. So there was like 10 houses.
Yeah,
So
a parking
when
lot.
someone calls,
Yeah,
it rang at every single person's house. So
right.
you'd answer and be like, "Hi, who are you calling for?"
Right.
And then you would hang up and let it keep ringing until the right person answered. Or a neighbor might call all the other neighbors and be like, "Hey, I have a very important call coming in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Please don't use the phone."
Yeah. It's like the prison.
Yeah.
One line. Yeah.
So yeah, a whole one line, one phone number for the entire street, and they all had to share. So sometimes you would pick up to call someone and be like, "Oh, sorry," and
Right.
hang up because they're in the middle of a call.
Right. Speaking of what humans do and what is crazy to consider, right? I was telling Isaias, I had this big aha moment the other day. You guys have probably seen movies of this where, back in the 50s-ish, they had people that sat in the elevator and ran the elevator, right?
Mhm.
That would load you up to the right level of set. And I'm like, this is totally insane. And then I told him, I realized, look, this is what I do with my freaking dogs all day is I have to sit here and let them in and out over and over. Like I'm not doing the same damn thing. Like this is my job for the dogs of letting them in and out over and over.
Sounds like you need an Arduino.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. If you come to New Jersey, they still have gas people who pump your gas for you.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
I do live in Portland, and yeah, we are the
Portland.
other state that
Yeah.
not
Oh,
allowed
okay.
to pump your own gas. And
Right.
Yeah.
I was just telling my daughter the other day, it probably only creates maybe 1,000, 2,000 jobs.
Yeah. Right.
Mhm.
I remember when I went there, it was a couple years ago now, and I got out, I forgot about it. I got out of the car and the person's looking at me like I'm crazy.
Yep.
And I'm like, what? And she's like, what do you want? And I'm like, oh yeah.
Well, I'll drive. I'll drive to California, or I flew to Florida.
Yeah.
And one time, what happens? I park there and I'm sitting, I'm waiting. I'm like, what's going on? Is no one here today? And then I realize, oh, I'm not in my hometown. I gotta get out and do something here.
Well, what's also crazy, correct me if I'm right, Shanji, is, and I guess for you too, Tom, is then you also see the price difference. If they even have, because most places don't, you don't have, what's it even called? When people pump your gas, it's been so long since I've seen one.
Self-serve versus full serve. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. but the price difference is usually like 50, at least when I used to see it, it was like 50 cents a gallon or so. I mean, it wasn't cheap.
Mhm. No, there's so I'm not in New Jersey,
well, we
but I
don't
go
tip
over there.
them or anything, but it's not because I'm touching California. Their gas is always like $1 more, so it's like doesn't really make
Well,
a
sure,
whole
but that's
big difference.
California.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
the first time I went
guess it
over, I
adds a
didn't know
little
if I
bit.
should tip either. I was like, do we tip these people? Like, I was like, what is going on here? But like Joe was saying, like the guy looked at me like I was nuts. The other thing I get too is in Delaware, we don't have taxes for shopping. So I'll go to Kentucky to visit family and I'll ring something up and they'll be like, oh yeah, it's, you know, $50, $52 or something. I'm like, what are you talking about? The price tag says $50. And they look at me like I'm nuts. And they're like, taxes. And I'm like, oh, right. There's taxes here. And they'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, where are you from? I'm like, oh, I'm from Delaware. Oh, what country is that? And I'm like, the United States?
That's awesome. Well, I'm trying to remember, Chunji, does Oregon have county tax? It does it have
We also don't have sales tax, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
there's
price
like
tag
4
you
or
see
5
is what you
states.
pay.
Yeah,
But I
there's
live
4
so
or
close
5.
to Washington that, you know, we're pretty used to we're used to that. You used to be able to show your driver's license and they let you out of it, but
Oh, wow.
it was too much work for the computer, so they just said, ask her, just pay us her 50 cents.
Right. That's funny.
But you know, that can add up. Like
Oh, yeah.
I like cars and stuff. And if you try to sell a car to someone in Washington State, they're like, well, write it as a different number because I'm gonna have to pay tax on all this. And when you know when you're doing a car, there's like 5,000 or 3,000 or
This
whatever.
is a hypothetical.
That 5% or whatever it is can add up.
Oh, yeah. Now we do that same thing here in Delaware. People always ask you to write a different price.
I'm looking at the YouTube.
Yeah, I didn't mean to admit that to all of YouTube, but oh well.
Yeah,
That was
it's
a
all right. No one
hypothetical.
watches my channel, so you don't have to worry about it.
So, yeah, I mean that's one of the things. I mean, the gas tax is way low in New Jersey. So like when we go through New Jersey to go downstate, it's we always fill up there because it's, you know, it's 20, 30 cents a gallon less, just like I'm sure it is on the state line in California, far more. But yeah, I mean, the counterpoint of the self-service thing is there was this guy who was in his 50s and he was clearly not from the United States, but it was his first time obviously filling up. I saw him at a gas station and he was like asking me for help. And I was like, what's going on? And he's like, I don't know how to fill the car. Can you help me? And I'm like, you're a grown man. You know what I mean? Like, you've never pumped gas before, but I guess, you know, maybe he was from New Jersey or maybe he was from a different country.
Right. My son's 15, he'll be 16 here next year, and I've been having him pump the gas now when we get out because, you know, I'm like, you got to learn sometime, right? But yeah, I know my friends up in Oregon, when they travel, it's weird to them.
We're in the US, we're familiar with like little gas station stalls, you know, you don't crash into it. But when I visit Korea or Japan, they have the gas hanging down from a line through the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild because, you know, space is a little more valuable.
Interesting. And how do you not, I mean, is it in the way? How do you get your car? Could you still hit the hose or something? Like, how does it drop after you're there? I don't understand.
I think if I remember correctly, it hangs above where the car would be. I'm trying to Korean gas station Google search, see if I get any
And
pictures.
it comes down after you get there. Like,
I guess this must have been in the city because all the images I'm getting look pretty normal. Oh, here we go. Do you want to Google search it or should I share screen?
Just share your, if you don't mind, to share your screen. Yeah. It's one of the things I've loved about doing YouTube stuff and Zoom with people all around the planet is to learn different things.
See, those gas pumps are just hanging down there.
What if you're short?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope you're not too short.
I don't know how you get them down from up there.
Step stool in your car.
I remember walking, I was like, that's kind of a weird design because it's gonna fall, you know, I don't know.
I mean,
What
look
if you
how
don't have that huge roof?
that guy's taller than the SUV, and it's still like, I don't
Yeah,
know if he would be able to reach that.
There must be either someone watches or something and drops it for them.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it was a little more attendant style.
Uh-huh.
Job requirements, be 6 foot plus.
But you know, it is just amazing what technology is allowing, you know, anybody to do, right? Like it's again, it's enabler. It's just another tool. That I don't know if you guys saw that video where I made a video because someone wrote a comment on my channel on one of the videos and said, if this turns into another Chat GPT channel, I'm unsubscribing. And I'm like, dude, if you don't understand how our world has changed, you know, and that you need to get on Chat GPT and be used, it's just another tool, right? As far as I'm concerned, I'm not teaching people how to use the tool for marketing. I'm teaching them how to use it for programming, mostly with AutoHotkey. That was to me a weird comment. But yeah, it's
I've had people who get angry at my channel because I don't do every single video based on their needs. Like, you do realize I have lots of other subscribers and watchers, right?
well, and I love the, you know, the mean comments or whatever of like, hey, you took too long to get to whatever. And I'm like, you realize I really don't actually make any money from like this, you know, our time and effort we put into making these videos, right? We help people for free and you're complaining. You know, at least be constructive when you offer the criticism. Don't just, you know, hammer us. I'm like, come on.
One of my favorite comments actually recently, I forget the guy's name. He's on our Friday chats from time to time. He wrote the V1 to V2 converter.
Dimitri.
Mikey?
Dimitri, yeah.
Oh.
I did a video about that, and the title of the video was something like how to convert V1 code to V2 code in like less than 30 seconds. And he was like, he got like angry, and he's like, oh, he says that it's only going to take 30 seconds, but yet he made an 8-minute video. It's like, well, yeah, because I'm also breaking, I'm not, the code, the title holds true. It takes about 30 seconds, but I'm explaining all the features, what it's doing. And I was like, geez, like this guy, I was like, whatever, don't watch it then.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't like coming off as a dick, but I'm like, you know, just don't watch it. It's okay. I don't mind.
Mr. Beast is one of the biggest YouTubers out there, and there's some videos I don't like. I'm not going to complain because there's one video I didn't care about. But I don't know. The world revolves around people.
Yeah, that's the truth. I think specifically around the AutoHotkey niche as well, right? Because most of the people there want it to be free, everything to be free. And you're like, yeah, I think slavery.
How close are you to midnight there, Joe?
Well, I'm 2 hours away, but that was the plan, was to end at 10, because for Isaias it's midnight. He had something come up that was important for him to do, so I said that's fine. So that's why he's not here. But yeah, so I guess we could wrap it up if you guys are done.
I do have to step away for a moment, but because I'm on the West Coast, I still got 3 hours.
Right. Yeah.
I got 1 hour. Is it 2023 for anybody yet who's watching YouTube or Zoom?
Well, it's funny because I think, you know, basically, like you said, Tom, you guys, you and Shannon are on the East Coast. And actually, I don't remember. Al, where are you?
I'm in New York too. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you guys are all on the East Coast.
Yeah.
And then maybe people on the I know Scott on the channel in the chat is in, I think, Houston area. He's in Texas. I know that. But anyway, my point is there's the 1 hour earlier, and then, you know, to go, unless you're in Nova Scotia, I suppose. Is Nova Scotia actually a different time zone? Anyone know? I think it's a little earlier. But then you switch over to, you know, far earlier, and those people are in bed.
Yeah, true. We'll text you at like a little bit past midnight, and we'll be like, go back. Don't come into 2023. It's not as good as we thought. It's worse. I was just glad I got to finally talk. First, we had some power outages here.
Where you been, Tom? I haven't seen you in a couple weeks.
I've just been having major computer issues.
Right.
And yeah, the videos I had come out were all pre-released. So I haven't been able to record in 2 or 3 weeks and just moving around and stuff. Because I'm not at my house. I'm at my mom's right now, helping her out with the whole, she's going to be selling the house. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Oof.
A lot of work.
Yeah, it's worth it though. I mean, you can make
Yeah.
a lot more off of it, and
She's been on 7 cruises this year already.
Wow.
She's already planning her 2023 cruises and stuff. And I'm like, I hope I retire and live a life like that. So she's basically not home 80% of the year. So she's kind of like, I might as well just sell the house and maybe get like a 1-bedroom apartment for when I am in town.
Cool.
Yep. Happy New Year's, depending where you are in a little bit to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys want to still hang out? What's the?
Oh, I'm fine with whatever.
Okay, I mean, I'll stick around for a while longer. I'm not that tired.
I'll say till my audio gives out. I'll stick
think
around.
I will grab another drink. I don't think I'm gonna have another beer, but I don't normally talk a lot, so my voice dries out pretty quickly. But I'm normally, I don't know you guys, I go to bed usually around 11, right around 11, and then I get up around 4. I don't get a lot of sleep. And I usually get a cat nap in the middle of the day of anywhere from 5 minutes to sometimes 20 minutes. I splurge, but I usually do pretty well with that.
I'm usually midnight till 8 o'clock in the morning.
When I pass out, I'm done. I'm lucky to wake up at 9.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at the YouTube channel, and it to me still shows like the Chat GPT on the screen. Is that just weird?
What are you looking at?
On the YouTube live stream, or maybe it just didn't update. It's weird.
Where you're seeing it on the video?
Yeah.
I just see above your name the hot string lookup.
Okay. Good. All right. I don't know why my YouTube. Maybe try to refresh it. Oh yeah.
I would say there's a few times I had to refresh the stream. I know apparently I was reading an article while I was restarting my computer that the United States is currently suffering some internet issues because everybody's having parties streaming stuff.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So there's, I guess, like, there's just a lot of people, which it's funny. It kind of reminds me of something that happened many years ago. I don't know if you've ever seen the TV show Arrested Development.
I think I at least saw an episode, but I don't remember.
Okay. So the first 3 seasons came out, and then there was a huge gap, like years before season 4 came out, but it had such a cult following. And at midnight, they were going to release on Netflix the full 4th season. So nationwide, people had these viewing parties. And midnight hits, and so many people tried to watch the show, it actually crashed Netflix.
Wow.
Because so many people were trying to access the exact same show and episode at the same time around the world. It was just so funny.
I believe there was a little bit of that with Game of Thrones in the final episode that caused some problems as well. I mean, that was much more recent, but yeah, it's
yeah, they need to catch up. You know, people are getting rid of cable and everything. I was trying to get a Chromecast actually the last few days, and it was surprisingly hard to find them in stores and Fire Sticks. And I asked one of the guys, I was like, oh, is this because of like shipping crisis? And he was like, oh no, he's like, it's because everybody's switching to, you know, streaming services instead. So everybody's buying up Chromecasts and Prime Sticks all the time now, or Fire Sticks.
wow.
Yeah.
Showing you.
I mean, I cut the cord. I couldn't be happier. I got YouTube TV, and it's like
Same.
just awesome.
Even if you have to pay for multiple services, it still comes out cheaper
Oh, yeah.
and you're in control.
So I haven't had cable. I don't know if I've ever had cable where I paid for it. Like I was always cutting the, never doing anything like that. But I got on Roku really, really early. I think there was another one called Box or something close to Box.
Slingbox.
No, it was a different one than that.
Hmm.
But because I know what Slingbox is, this was something slightly different. But yeah, I've always been streaming. And then I got rid of Netflix a while ago just because I'm like, I just don't use it a lot. There's a lot of other stuff that we do watch.
See, I rotate. I'll cancel a service for a few months, go back to it for a few months, and I'll rotate between like 5 different services. So I'm only paying for 2 or 3 at a time versus all of them.
That's
I
actually
don't
pretty
care.
smart.
I don't care if something just came out. Like I don't need to see
Right.
it that month. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'll switch between I think it's like Disney Plus, Hulu, Netflix, Prime, and Peacock. I'll rotate between them every few months.
What we say now?
Oh, sorry. I think that's pretty smart. Yeah. I mean, I'm stuck, paying for Netflix and Hulu and Amazon and, but it probably would be a good idea to just dump them ad hoc, like if there's a show that they pick up that you see that you're like, oh, they brought that back, that's,
Yeah, exactly.
that would be the way to go.
Yeah, because eventually you'll like bleed Netflix dry, but then you'll pay for it for another 2 months before something good comes out. It's like, even if you're rotating month by month, hey, that's still 50% less that you're paying. Probably another thing to do with our attention span is these binge watching series releases where they're like, here's the entire season at once.
I put everything, I'll download it and put it on the thumb drive and then just watch it from the thumb drive.
Oh yeah, I forget you can do that.
It's a little more work, but thankfully, see, when we first moved out here, I showed my bandwidth here a minute ago, right? We switched to fiber when it was finally available, and it's amazing, right? But before that, I was lucky if I got 1 megabyte per second down and like a quarter up. It was ludicrous. And so for that was when having thumb drives or a external hard drive that I could just put on the TVs, it was really nice.
Well, there's definitely something going on with the internet because I did the same thing you did.
Yeah.
I did that when I was seeing what was going on with my computer, and I was way lower than you, which is surprising because I've told you this before. Delaware has the second best internet in the world behind Korea. But the fact that I was only doing like 200 was like, whoa, I should be more like 1200.
Yeah, man, once you get
Yeah, no, something's definitely going on. I usually get like gig synchronous, and I just did like a 817 down and 300 up, and
It must
I'm
be an
never there.
East Coast thing or something. What do you have, like company? Do you have Verizon?
Yeah.
Yep, I have Verizon. Something's wrong with Verizon right now.
that's another thing if you watch the IT crowd when they
Oh,
make
I
fun of
love that show.
what the speed of the internet used to be, and they're like trying to do like let's look at the picture of the girl. It's like, oh, here's her nose. Oh,
Yeah.
nice nose. It's like doing a layer and like, oh my God. I remember what that was like of trying to wait for a picture to load.
And if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, it's a TV show. It's British. It's not too old. It's from like 2007 or something. You don't even have to be that tech savvy, and it's hilarious.
It's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, they make just funny jokes like there's a bomb and the robot's coming up and the robot freezes. And he's like, what operating system are you using? He's like, Windows Vista. We're gonna die.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to be that tech savvy to enjoy it, but it's on. Is it on Netflix? It's on Netflix, right?
It was. I don't know if it still is. I
Okay.
don't have anymore, but I used to watch it on Netflix.
All the episodes except for the last episode should be on Netflix. The last episode's very hard to find because it was never broadcast. A lot of people have never seen the last episode.
I was just looking at some comments on my channel, and someone I don't honestly know if they're being sarcastic or serious, but I think it's great seeing this stuff. They said, "You're becoming the most important person in my career and perhaps my life." Then they said, "Laughing my ass off," which I think they were still being half joking. But again, AutoHotkey, it is amazing, right? It's like when you first start learning it and realize what you can do with it and how much if you can automate, it's crazy.
And I think that's the hardest part for people is even if they know what AutoHotkeys is knowing what they can do with their processes and AutoHotkeys. Because even when I started with AutoHotkeys, months later, I'm like, oh, I can automate this. Why did I never think about that?
Right.
And I think that's one of the hardest things is knowing, oh, I can automate this. Where normally you're just like, it doesn't even cross your mind for something simple. And that can be a hard thing. You know, that's how I code. There's a lot of times where I'm learning a language and it's like, I'm not going to sit there honestly and read all the documentation. I'll skim it just so I know, oh, that exists. I need an actual project and then I learn as I go. And with AutoHotkeys, a great thing that I've learned is assume you can automate it. Because for the most part, I've never ran into an issue. It might not always be the best solution, but it's always been possible.
Yeah, I think it's funny, Tom, is because people will say, "Hey, can AutoHotkey?" and you should just say yes.
Yeah,
you can't. It may not be, like you said, the best.
I get a kick out of forum posts and Discord questions. Is it possible?
Right. Right. Yeah.
and it's funny because you will see comments where people go, yes. And then the person gets mad and they're like, well, how do I do it? Well, you didn't ask that.
Right. You asked if it was possible. I answered you. Yeah. It's funny.
I mean, some people ask me like,
Well,
I've made projects before where people don't use AutoHotkey, they use C++, LUA or whatever.
Yeah.
And they see some of the stuff they were doing. They're like, I didn't know it could do that. And I'm like, well, AutoHotkey can do pretty much anything, except sometimes you have to jump through hoops. Sometimes you have to put in more effort than other languages, but there's really nothing it can't do. So it's great. You can learn the basics. It's awesome. And if you want to go to advanced stuff, you can. It takes a little bit of effort, but you can do anything.
Yeah, you've done some amazing stuff with it. It's the things you've done to speed up the image search and that overlay one, like I said, to me, because I don't do those kind of things. I don't know if you caught it. I think I mentioned it in the video. I'm like, but what do you use this for? Like, I don't even grasp the concept until you really started demonstrating the stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, now I get where you're going with this. But,
I can actually show you an example if you'd like really quick.
Do it. I'm going to grab a drink real quick, but don't start it before I get back. We'll be real quick.
Okay.
When he gets back, just be like, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I do a lot of game stuff. So like I integrate AutoHotkey with games, but I do a lot of it like memory based. So I can change the way games work or add things or remove things and stuff. So I use my overlay a lot with that. There's the one I'll show now is an older game, but it adds a lot of new stuff to it. It makes it a lot more fun.
Some of my most popular videos have to do with gaming in some way.
Yeah, games are great.
One of my most popular recently has became how to use AutoHotkey to automate PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know why that one just took off out of nowhere for some reason.
Because no one's done it.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's been out for over a year, and or maybe about a year. But I don't know if someone posted it somewhere or something, but it just in the last like few weeks took off for some reason.
Nice.
So
What
this is
game
an
is that?
older game. This is Asheron's Call. It's from like
I can
1990 or something. It's an older game, but there's still a lot of people who play it. But the point is, a lot of the features are outdated. A lot of the stuff is like it's annoying. So I made my own program that augments stuff. So this is what it looks like by default. And it won't change a lot, but if I run this program here, then it adds like first of all, it turns it so that it's always daylight outside so you can see stuff. it adds a new bar at the top that keeps track of things that you have. And this is my overlay, by the way. This is like, if you get it off GitHub, you can literally
Hold on.
design stuff just like
Is your
this.
overlay doing all the color changing too?
Well, I mean, the overlay isn't doing that. That's the core program. The overlay is just drawing the stuff. So it says I have 96 bandages, I have 100,
Right,
or I have
okay.
1,000 this.
I
then
was
if I
not sure if it
press-
was drawing like a white pixel over all the sand or something.
No, that's
True.
memory based stuff. But this is also my overlay. It adds guides into the game. So I have like, these are like tabs that have like special guides I could load. And if I click on one, it loads it up. And I'll just do one really quick to demonstrate. But this is all.
That's pretty useful for some of those legacy style stuff. It's like, oh, well, this part of
Exactly,
the
yeah.
quest doesn't work. So you got to actually click over here in the corner because it doesn't work anymore.
So and the overlay also works in the world. So this is it drawing where I need to go. So I know there's like, so it just says like, go to this portal over here to get to your next destination. And then you would go in there and then it says, then you'd want to move to this point and stuff. But also this health bar, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but that's also part of the overlay. And
Right. That would be like borrowing from a more modern game, bringing it back into.
Yeah. And this
I
is,
forget when this was released, but
yeah, it just adds stuff that you would want to be used to. There's actually another one, which this one's pretty cool. I don't know if I can show. I would need a key. I'm not sure if I have one. Actually, okay, hang on. Sorry, it's a bit impromptu, but it's just, it demonstrates what you could do, because a lot of people see it and they think, oh, I can draw a square or I can do something like this, but you can do a lot more advanced stuff. You can really augment games in a way that you maybe you wouldn't have thought so before.
was that whole GUI done in like the just drawing rectangles?
So this right here is a lot of it is rectangles. A lot of it's draw image, draw text.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, it's just simple things layered. It's just part of a class. So each one of
Yeah.
these boxes is just a simple element of a class. You
Yeah,
input,
then
like-
you also have a GUI at the top.
yeah, that's
Like
another one
different
as well. Yep.
tabs.
Oops.
Obviously, that's not the default AutoHotkey GUI.
No, it's a different one.
Yeah.
But so here's
Well, it's
the
a-
last thing I'll
It's
show
like
here.
you got to think beyond it just draws on the screen. It's like, well, what do you
Yeah.
want to draw?
You have to
Could
put it
draw a
in, yeah.
GUI. You could draw tooltips. You could draw a whole new health bar.
Exactly, and that's what I like to add new stuff. But the bottom here, this right here is the default loot UI, but this is my own custom one using the mine, and it adds.
Oh wow! Yes.
It also adds item viewing. So what you're seeing in the game above my character is not default. That's custom code
Ah.
that allows you to see an item as you're hovering over my custom UI. So I'm looking over this, and you'll notice there's a Pokeball here. That's actually custom models and textures that I've put into the game. So that's
Wow.
not normally in the game. But that's this is all custom stuff, and another one is with this game in particular, I've been learning dissecting data files and changing stuff. So this is like another custom model. It's a sword from Berserk, and this is just, it's getting into old games is a great way to experience programming, because you can just mess with all kinds of stuff, and it's like a playground to mess with stuff. So, but anyway, that's just an example of something you could do with my class.
And that's done with the what do you call it? Your GUI processor, right? Not the CPU and stuff.
Yeah, the overlay is with the direct to overlay. So it uses GPU and CPU, but mostly GPU.
Yeah, so it's doesn't eat into your CPU stuff and it's fast. Yeah, it's very cool.
Yep, it's definitely quite fast, very accessible.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's when you were first showing us, I just wasn't grasping, what you were doing. And then later I because the thing is, like, here, some of the stuff you've done it so well, it really looks like it's part of the game almost, right? I mean, it's-
Yeah, that's why like a few of them I had to be like, well, this is not part of the game, because like I designed it in a way that it shouldn't feel clunky, or like hopefully it doesn't anyway. So you can just get right into it and it just feels natural.
That's like the curse of making it look too easy.
Yeah.
Well, and back to, I forget what you were, Chunji said it. Someone will say, can this be done without? Yeah, like you said, almost anything can be done. It's just
Exactly.
Well, sometimes I'll get a difficult question because like, can you find this letter on the screen? It's like, well, yes, you can, but there's probably a lot of better ways that you could accomplish what you want to do. So yes, it's possible. I'm not going to go through it because, you know, we'll finish the conversation 2 hours later.
Right.
But it's like, yes, it's possible, but what you're asking might be a bit difficult for a beginner.
What one big aha I had a few weeks ago was I was talking to Zace about it. I'm like, you know, most people come to AutoHotkey, they're not programmers, most people, when they start out with AutoHotkey, and they start off sending keystrokes and mouse clicks. Why is that? Because that's what they're used to things doing, right? Like, and like, oh, I need to click this. Oh, with AutoHotkey, I can send a mouse click there, and you're imitating a human, right? For us, we try to, when we can, use an API approach, because when we imitate a human, more often than not, it breaks or doesn't work on multiple computers or whatever, right? And it sucks because we have to upsell them on that, you know what I mean? Because they want the simple, I just want to send a click, but you're like, look, it, you know, you can do that and it's going to break. You know, like if it's just you on your computer and something you're going to use in 5 minutes, it's probably fine. If it's something you're going to want robust or use a lot or give to other people or run on more than one computer, yeah, just spend a little more time and do it, you know, in a better approach.
Yeah, then you get into things like Windows, like scaling and stuff. Now positions don't match up, or maybe the window updated. Now the button's not in the right spot.
Right.
So yeah, definitely. I definitely would not use like static clicks and stuff if you can get away from it.
Yeah, it took me a while also to realize just the whole, well, and that's what's weird about UIA is you're programmatically imitating a human. So it's, you know, the human still has to be able to do it, right? It's not something like with most API approaches. Sometimes there's things you can do with the API you can't do with a GUI, and vice versa. There's things that aren't available in the API you can do with a GUI. But with the UIA, you're really limited to what a human can do because you're triggering the elements and stuff from the GUI. And it can be a lot faster and more reliable, but it's just you are working like a human. It's kind of a blend of both.
I know recently I've been trying to learn a lot more like assembly so that I can look into like raw function bytes, you know, like the raw data of what a function compiles into. And then I can take any program and I can just call its functions from AutoHotkey. So it's kind of like API in things that don't necessarily support APIs.
Right.
And that's a really efficient, not maybe not efficient, but it's a really robust and very solid way of doing things. But it takes a lot of effort to really understand.
That's probably a couple feet into the reverse engineering department, because
yeah, it's
like,
a lot of that for sure.
You're speaking to the program in kind of a backdoor way.
Yeah, it's a lot of like IDA and like Gidra, a lot of like, but it's like it's really, it's kind of like solving a puzzle though. It's really fun in that way. And if you can figure it out, it opens a lot of doors that would have been really difficult to get into otherwise.
Well, what I tell people with web scraping, you know, and API web service API calls, not everyone has a public API, but because a browser API call is an API call, right? Like, hey, you can look at that network traffic, and often you can still do API calls, even if they don't offer a public service, and you just kind of back into it and hack it. And it's far better than manipulating an HTML GUI for doing it, because mercy, you know, those things break and change all the time. So I didn't hear any big New Year's resolutions for anybody. No? Are we all,
3,000 subs.
Maybe fitness. Yeah.
well, you it sound like you actually got it already. You need something for next year.
I mean, it'll be an easy goal for next year. Maybe like in a week.
Yeah. How about, let's see, what do you think for the end of next year? 4,500? Is that, do you know how much you're growing per year? Is it?
I mean, that would have been about 2,000. So I would say more like 5,000, if not more.
Yeah, which I've told you, Tom, over and over. Like, if I were you, I would stick with the gaming. That with auto.
Yeah,
like,
I got 2 more coming out actually. The problem with gaming is I'm not made of money.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it's not like I can sit there and just buy. So whenever I do release the video, it's because I bought the game or I got it for free. I get a lot of video games for free for helping out with stuff. I do like beta testing and or alpha testing, whatever. And with like live streams for some of the big Minecraft players and Markiplier, that kind of stuff. And they'll just send me like they'll send us free codes for games so we can play and understand. Yeah, it's kind of, there's a lot of games out there that people have constantly asked me to do. And I'm like, I'm not willing to pay $60 for a game I don't really care about. But I do have 2 coming out. One is Forager, just in case anybody's curious. It's been out for a while. But there's a new game that just came out very recently. It's still in beta. It's by Disney. It's called Disney Dreamlight Valley. And it's a kid's game, but it's honestly quite fun. It's kind of a mixture of Kingdom of Hearts meets Animal Crossing. So I'm excited to get that one out as fast as possible because nobody else has done any HK videos for that one. I just want to get one more idea on there because I always try to have a goal of automating at least 3 things in a game before I make a video.
Cool. Do you, and I don't think I've seen, because usually when you're doing a game, I honestly, I don't watch those because I don't.
Yeah.
Right. I watch most of your stuff, but I don't watch those. But do you do any where you're automating like in a Nox environment where you're, automating like a phone game app instead of the actual PC game?
So that's something I do want to look into, using like, what's it called? BlueStack or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Or even if I just connect my personal phone, which I prefer not to in case I accidentally show like my phone number or something. I get all these people calling me, hey, I have a quick AHK question. It's like, who are you? How'd you get my number?
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to do that with how to do like BlueStacks, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a couple, I'm trying to remember what it's called. screen copy, CRPY, something like that, and it will mirror your phone, do it pretty well. Although there's a bug right now with the Android 11 or the newest version of Android, it's having some problems. But we've done some stuff with that where you can connect with the Android bridge and do stuff pretty quick. But also with either Nox or BlueStacks, yeah, we've done some videos on those, and it's another really interesting one as well because even you can automate stuff, and if you can get your phone to go through Fiddler, you can look at the network traffic that the app is doing. And sometimes, like we mentioned a few minutes ago, if you can see enough of the network traffic and it's not encrypted, you can negate the phone entirely, right? Like once you crack it enough,
Yeah.
You can skip the whole app and just go directly to the servers with your computer, which was really cool.
Yeah, that would be neat. Yeah, because like I was saying before, I think it's like in my top 5 videos is how to automate PlayStation with AutoHotkeys, because, like a few of us were saying is like, can you do this? Yes, you can. And it's just, not be the best option, but you can use remote play and automate your PlayStation, which most people would tell you, oh, no, it's impossible. It's for Windows only. But I'm like, yeah, but if you can get it onto your desktop, you most likely can automate it. So like you're saying, Android, PlayStation, whatever Xbox's remote play is called, you can pretty much do it. I mean, you can even, people sit there and say, oh, you can't use AutoHotkey for Mac OS. It's like,
Yeah, I
well,
like
if
the
you
question,
emulate
is
it,
it reasonable?
well, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and at what cost, and how much resources and how much time is it going to take to do it? But yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, I for a little while had a car washing business, and it's like people would come to me with their like a little scratch on the hood, and it's like, can you fix this? Yes, I can. But is it going to be worth the
Right.
hours and hours and hours it's going to take me? Probably not. You don't want to pay. You probably want like a $30 quick fix.
Right.
It's where permanent markers come in place, right?
I had a guy, yeah, no doubt, Tom. I had a guy write me this. Actually, we were on the Heroes call, and I got an email in from a new potential client asking me as a doctor, and he's like, "Yeah, I saw your Automate My Task tool, and it does a lot of stuff. But I'm on a Mac, but I do have a Windows environment, and I like you to automate the stuff." And I I'm like, I said nice. I'm like, that's all. I appreciate it, but the whole Automate My Task thing to me, it's really, for the most part, image search. Sometimes it uses controls. It just depends on the program. But I'm like, it's my last resort. Like, I almost never use this tool. It's the, it's something for quick and easy. And I said, if you're wanting to do stuff on multiple computers, it's not the way to go. And he wrote me back and said he does want something that he can share with people. And I'm like, yeah, then yeah, we can't do image search stuff or anything like that. But thankfully, and this is just, I don't know how much, I know Tom does consulting and stuff, and I think both of you guys do a little bit maybe, but really we've had a much better success with clients that are, the higher income, group of people, because they see that their time is worth money, right? So doctors and lawyers and stuff, they're willing to pay, and even we're not even charging a lot, honestly, but they're willing to pay and not pay, $20 to get a script done. So it's I don't even want to do a lot of client work, but when we do take it, we're at least making some money and have people that actually are happy with what we give them.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, because on both sides of like the spectrum, you have like the side you're talking about where, it's those, lawyers, doctors. One of the best jobs I ever did was for a data collector who did sonar scans for mining companies.
Neat.
And he paid very handsomely because I was saving him 50% of his time.
Right.
He was supposed to be in the Arctic Circle for 3 months by himself. I cut that down until about a month and a half, just
That's
using
awesome.
AutoHotkeys.
Right.
So he was super happy. But on the other side, you have, this teenage kid living in his mom's basement,
right,
who wants the craziest script ever, kind of like what Shin was saying about like doing like the memory stuff with video games and the GUI overlays. They want something like that, and they'll pay you $5.
Right.
And then they get angry at you when you're like, I'm talking way more than that, man.
Yeah.
I was like, you're asking for some of the most complicated stuff. And then they get angry with you. But the people who will pay the money, like that they see the worth in it, they're so nice,
Right.
very understanding when you say like, hey, that part's going to be difficult. Can we do it a little bit differently or something? And you're guiding them, but they're more willing to listen.
We have one client which they pay us well, but the thing was, and I forget the exact number, so I'm going to make it up. I know I referenced before, so I might be incorrect here, but it was such a crazy number. It was something like they were losing $30,000 a week because they couldn't catch up on their orders fast enough. So whatever I told him, like, he didn't care, like that price point, right? It's just like, yeah, I don't care. I mean, for them, we saved them crazy amount of money within a few weeks, right? It was, mind-boggling.
And that's like with the one guy that I was talking about. When I threw a price out there, I thought it sounded absurd at first. And he just was like, sounds good. I was like, cool. But
Which
and it was because, because he gets paid per contract, regardless how long he's there. So if I can cut his time in half, he still gets paid the same and he can move on to the next contract. So I was probably honestly saving him $1 million a year or something crazy.
And you guys feel free not to answer this, but like I have stopped 100% of just bidding a project. I always go by the hour now, and we don't have to give hourly rates, but I'm just curious, do you guys work by the hour, or do you sometimes offer a price?
I do an hour.
Okay.
And one thing I have stopped doing is I no longer really do work for people who are not a company. Just because it's gotten just to be too much where they'll complain constantly. They want the world and everything for next to no money, that it's not worth my time. And
what if it's an
and I've had someone actually bail and disappear on me and not pay. And so like I don't do that anymore.
Which just gets into, billing them. We do bi-weekly, like so twice a month. We bill them up, we charge them every 2 weeks. So we get the bell. So we're never at too much of a risk.
Mhm.
Right. And so I'm just curious, Tom, to finish up on that. If it's a entrepreneur like running a business and it's him and maybe 1 or 2 people, would you still do work for them, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I do that. And every client's so different. You're saying like bi-weekly. I have a little bit of everything.
Sure.
There's some people it's per project, some people it's bi-weekly, and then I have one guy where he bills me out every month.
Right.
And he's always been reliable, so I'm fine with continuing that per month thing.
Agree. Yeah, I even tell people, look, I put my prices on the website, not because I want people to buy our consulting hours or buy our tuning hours ahead of time to have our call. It was to dissuade the people who expect the $5. I wanted to give them an idea of what our time was.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste their time.
Yeah, exactly. So most people, I say, I don't mind having a call and going through an hour or 2 hours without you paying for. Like, I'd rather.
Oh yeah, I do that too.
Figure it out. I'll pay. You can pay me later.
Because I look at that as like an interview for.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not only are you interviewing me, but at the same time,
right,
I'm interviewing you. Which when I first started doing this, it was a very weird experience. Because I got to sit there and be like, okay, he's going to ask me questions, but I need to ask him questions too, or, whatever, because we're interviewing each other at the same time. It was kind of funny to think of after my first time I ever did that. I was like, that was very different.
Right. Does anyone else want to talk about, do you guys do you take projects, or do you bid by the hour, or does it not come up enough? I know some of you guys have full-time jobs anyway.
Yeah, I have yet to do third-party work for that, but I would definitely be nervous about the type of clientele. But I do think if I did step into that automation world, I would probably, like you guys, target a business, target a specific thing that you can do, you can deliver on.
Yeah, that's another good point.
That way you're not spinning your wheels and then end up with a dissatisfied customer. But make sure they can pay the freight. So.
No, I do like that idea, what you're saying, to expand with the, I guess, like having a background maybe in that field, like having a targeted field. For me, I have found myself doing a lot of work with like legal stuff, with like legal insurance, anything that could be like that, like contract based, just because I have a huge background in that kind of like court documents and everything. And so I really enjoy working with those people because they don't have to explain much to me. I'll be like, oh yeah, no, I know what this is.
Yeah, which does help a lot. One incidentally, so Helbet had a project he was working on for a client, and it was outside of his realm of what he knew. So he's like, Joe, do you want to take this over for me? And I'm like, he's like, I don't want any money for it. I don't really understand it. I don't have the bandwidth. So I'm like, sure, whatever. So he explains it to me. And then this is before Isaias was working for me. And so he's like, so is Maestria going to be, doing most of the work? I'm like, yeah, he'll probably be doing most of it. But I had to explain to me. Well, then he wasn't trying to do anything, but he ended up chatting with Maestria, and somehow it turned into Maestria's project entirely, which I honestly, again, I don't really care, right? It was not a big deal. But the funny part is Maestria, and I love the guy, but he's not good at business type of things, right? So he would have made, I am sure, 10 times more amount of money if it had come through me versus him taking it on directly, just because I'm better at keeping scope, you know, charging prices. But it was just funny is like, yeah, you know, I got cut out of it. No one had any, I don't think there was any sort of ill will, you know, any trying of it. But I was just like, yeah, programmers, have you guys seen that video of like, how do you know when you're talking to a programmer and there's like 10 or 7 signs you're a programmer, and the programmer is like, no, I'm not going to build that app for you, like, you know, or, oh, the scope goes crazy, like we can do all this stuff and it's going to take 10 years. I'm like, that's Maestria, you know, he wants to deliver whatever, it doesn't matter how many hours it takes him, you know, he doesn't care, he just keeps going for that optimal kind of thing. And when you're getting paid for a bid project, that's a dangerous, you know, dangerous thing to have a mentality of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been, that's something we always had to do when I worked on projects.
Yeah, the
And,
way I always think of that kind of thing is, you know how when you have an orange, you got different wedges. You can have like a really good wedge. It's like all juicy and good. But if you can have, you have another like wedge that's all, you know, didn't get enough moisture or is sitting in the sun the wrong way and it's all shriveled up. That's like where you got the super good technical side, but then you can't close the deal, or, you know, you're bad with people in another way.
Okay.
So I always think of it like an orange, like you got to have the full package.
Right.
I like that.
Well, and also it's really hard to do all things by yourself. And that's where having at least, you know, someone that can manage the business part of things and in the marketing and other stuff and sales. But when you're trying to do everything by yourself, ooh, man, it's tough. But yeah.
Tom, you said you came from an insurance and contract documents background. Like, is that like, I mean, that's something that interests me because I work with a lot of like leases and purchase agreements and, you know, promissory notes and just, you know, that's not like my primary business by any means, but it comes across my desk and we have to facilitate these things all the time. Like, is that like, do you do a lot of that in Word? I mean, have you had experience with like, you know, when you say in the legal arena, like, were people asking you to, I'm curious, like, were there document templates or was it like, because we've all seen like those legal forms that they used to have on CDs as shareware and like at the bargain bin of the dollar store, the general merchandiser, like those were garbage. But, you know, it is interesting, like when people have somewhat standardized, let's say commercial leases, that's like more in my arena, you know, there are more or less find replace fields and it's not always the same, but it does expedite document prep. And I know attorneys value that a great deal. Is that the type of thing that you worked on or?
Yeah, well, so what I did was I worked for a global company, which is a registered agent. And if someone doesn't know what that is, it's basically we represent that company and we take all their legal mail. We sort it, we read it, and we basically, we're saving their lawyers' time is what we're doing. We're reading the documents for the lawyers and saying, hey, be at court on this date. Here's who's suing you and everything. So we're constantly looking at legal documents, and they can be anything from like an insurance claim all the way up to, you know, like an actual summons and complaint where you're actually going to court. And because I could just had so much with that, and that's actually what led me into AutoHotkeys, is that job is originally the way it was being done was you would copy and paste the information from Adobe PDF and then paste it into our system. Well, you couldn't always paste because we have to do title format, meaning the first word of every, or first letter of every word is capitalized. So a lot of times you're finding yourself typing. So that's when AutoHotkey came into place, where we could highlight a word, have a context menu and say, okay, this is the plaintiff. Okay, highlight this name. This is the defendant. It would automatically take that text that was highlighted, convert it to title format, with like a string replace or something. I forget what we were doing. And it would automatically look at Internet Explorer using comms and put it where it was supposed to go. And that's what kind of like really blended my experience with legal paperwork. And kind of to your point with templates, we did that a lot with emails. We had a context menu, and there would be like a section depending on what team you're on, and a drop down, and we had like 20 some templates depending on what you were doing. And all you had to do was press it, which one applied to your situation. It would copy the information. Some of them would even grab information using comms once again to autofill some of those blanks. If we couldn't do that, then it just said like fill date here or something. And so that's kind of where that blended together, and just why I have so much more experience doing like copying, pasting stuff between programs versus like other skill sets that could be in the AutoHotkeys.
Yeah, that's awesome.
One of our clients uses the Locus API. I think it's LAWKUS, if I remember right. But he's not a lawyer himself, but he's like a professional witness for CPA, if I remember correctly, stuff like that. But he works with a ton of lawyers and stuff all the time. And he has nailed it down with having templates. And I think their tool automatically uses OneDrive to store things in a structured way. And so using the Locus API, we can pull in what project he's working on, which gives us the email addresses for the clients that are associated to that. And we have him a default template for him for the email that would go to him, and attaches certain files based on the folder structure where he does stuff, because he's very structured in how he builds things out. But yeah, it's really cool that, and he's like, oh, he is one of those people, like the second I say, hey, Kevin, hey, you owe us, and like when I say what, he pays me, like, because to him it is money in the bank. He is so excited, like when we do stuff for him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fast money is fast friends, as they say.
Yeah. And he's told me several times, like, Joe, you need to be charging more. And I'm like, we're doing fine, but I know it's just,
you got to get your foot in the door and then build your client base.
Yeah.
He's got to give you referrals.
Right. Yeah. But it is, and then that's back to your point, Tom, too, of the whole, that area of people, and I've seen the people doing the work, right? It's painful, the process they go through, and there's so much of the stuff could be automated, at least to some degree, right? And really reduce 80% of the work and make it so much simpler to do.
Mm-hmm.
Also had it, because I used to do something similar. I'm like, hey, if you're working on a case, when you select it, do you want your clipboard to be looking for this pattern? And if it registers it open the folders for you, because hey, if you're working with that thing, you probably want to open that project, that company's folder, and have the files readily available. It's like, you can do that? I'm like,
yeah,
it's really easy. Like, there's
yeah,
no reason to
that's
copy
the
and
hard
paste
part.
it if you can just watch the clipboard and look for that pattern and say, have it automatically react for you.
Yeah, no, that's the hard part, is just realizing that you can do something.
Right.
And even, after many years having a YouTube channel and stuff, I would say, what was it, maybe like a month or like 2 or 3 months ago, Azaziel taught me something I didn't even know you could do. And I was like, I completely forgot that command even existed, because I've never had to use it in my entire life.
It's funny, a lot of the because it's what people come to AutoHotkey with. They come in with trying to send a keystroke, and I'm like, I thankfully, whatever, it doesn't matter, but I never really learned doing stuff with keystrokes, the mouse clicks and this and that. And so I'm almost useless when it comes to a mouse click monitoring for when whatever, because like I never took that approach, and since I learned how to use COM and how to use a lot of other approaches or controls, this and that, I usually don't have the need, so I've never tried to learn it.
You
But,
forget your roots.
yeah, it's like, oh, there's a lot of people that do this, and every once in a while it does. I still agree, it does come in really handy, right?
And something for me in the workforce, kind of speaking to that, you don't know what's possible, so it doesn't even cross your mind. So we had this set up where we had an email where you could email ideas for, you know, automation or process changes in general. And that mailbox was pretty much always empty. So then there would be some times where I'd be like, I'd be like, hey, can I sit with this team for an hour or two one day this week?
You got to shadow them. Yeah.
And yeah, I would shadow them and I would just sit there and I'd be like, just do what you normally do. I might stop you and be like, hey, what exactly did you just do there? I'm like, I'm just taking notes on, you know, what you're doing. And I would walk away from that desk after an hour with 10 new ideas.
Right.
Just because I knew it was possible, but they didn't.
I heard a funny one. The software architect at the company I work with, he's also the database engineer, and he goes to sit with the TV station guys, and he's sitting down with them, and they do everything by Excel. You know, click, click, click. Oh, this is over here. Human paste that in, and he summed it up by he goes, yeah, the manager over there, he thinks they can get a lot more work done if they have more people sharpening pencils. We need a database here, guys. This is totally unscalable.
It's crazy.
Just how he said it is like the managers are stuck in this like pencil sharpening era where you just need more people sitting there sharpening pencils. No, you need like a systematized way to deal with all this.
One of my favorite quotes is the most expensive words in business are, we've always done it that way.
So true.
A good expression.
Yeah.
And I've heard that a lot before.
Yeah.
We had a few people on our team who would just always be like, well, we've always done this way when we never had problems. Okay. But what if we could do it better and have no problems? That just like blows their mind sometimes.
So Jackie tells this story. It's a really great story where it worked. His job is not automation, right? But he's become a role where he does help his colleagues, and they know he automates his job and he helps some colleagues with some things, but he doesn't do it. That's not his job, right? But he still does that. So they came to him, they're like, hey, Jackie, we have these documents, these PDFs, like we get in from an email, and you know, could we use OCR to grab them because we need this stuff from here? And he's looking at it going, yeah, we could. And then he's like, but where do you get these files from? And it turns out the crazy part is they were coming from an internal spot where they already had them, like in a database or something originally, right? So thank God he actually had asked that person to backtrack a little bit to see if they had it somewhere in a better format. And you know, he just skipped the entire process and made him, you know, light years ahead and so much more accurate and faster because they didn't have to use the stupid PDFs in the first place. I mean, it was ludicrous. But if he hadn't asked them, like, they would have been automating something that shouldn't have been automated at all.
It was coming from a database, getting parsed out. They're receiving it. They want to parse it and put it back in the database.
Right.
Coming from inside the house all along.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah. So that's usually one of the things I typically do with clients when I sit them down. I take a step back and say, let's talk about your goal. You know, what your goal actually is, where it's coming from, what is the best approach. It's worth 30 minutes to talk through just to make sure, right, that we're really taking the right approach. Because I don't like wasting people's time, but I also don't like doing shit that's stupid. You know, that there's a far better solution, more robust, faster, reliable, less errors, you know, cheaper. I mean, it's crazy. So we're 5 minutes from midnight for some of you guys.
Yeah, all right, guys. I'm gonna go join the fam, but have a happy new year, everybody.
I'm gonna step away for a moment as well.
Okay. Happy New Year.
The midnight shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do any of you guys I'm sure there's fireworks, but like here in Texas, you'll literally hear gunshots like going off. Is that something?
I mean,
Like,
we hear gunshots off every day of the week here. We're
Same.
we're in Wilmington, so you know, murder capital of America.
Nice.
You don't go outside and wander around at night here. During the day, it's perfectly safe, but at night, it's kind of like,
Wow.
no. We do have fireworks in the city, but it got delayed because it's pouring rain till tomorrow night.
Oh, cool. Okay. Did the cold spell break for some of you guys? It was cold here, but
Thank
yeah.
God. Oh my God, it was so bad up here. It was like a wind chill of like 2 degrees. It was so bad. Yeah, I mean, today was like 50 degrees or something.
Nice.
So, I mean, I was walking around basketball shorts perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's not too bad over here either.
Cool. Yeah,
Anybody around for Y2K? Remember that year?
I mean, I remember as a kid not really understanding what the fuss was about.
Yeah, so funny. I remember just turn your computer off before midnight or the entire like global internet's going to crash.
Yeah.
my dad reminded me earlier today, in 1998, he retired and moved to Vegas. And New Year's Eve, this was New Year's Eve. So I drove him from California with this big rental truck, like him and everyone, New Year's Eve to the house in Vegas. We unloaded the truck. It's like a 4-hour drive. It's not that far, right? But anyway, and then my stepsisters wanted to go out to the strip on New Year's Eve. And I was 21 or 22, somewhere in there. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And that was the stupidest thing. Like, other than I did do, it was Halloween. I did on in San Francisco. It was some really gay district. Not that I care, right? But it was like, okay, I could have done without that one as well. But the strip on New Year's Eve, oh my God, like I'm there with like 3 girls and like everyone is drunk and wanting to fight. And I'm the guy with the group, right? I'm like, this is just, you're standing in the crowd of tens of thousands or maybe 20, 30,000 people. And I'm like, all right, I'm leaving.
Oh yeah, well, I'm wondering what's going on a few blocks away from me. So I'm in a neighborhood, but a few blocks away is Main Street for the University of Delaware.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah, so all the college kids
Right.
on
Yeah.
a weekend,
Right.
even if they're there for winter break, it's super peaceful, quiet here. But I'm sure if I go 4 blocks in that direction, it's a madhouse.
Yeah, I did my time going out, drinking and being stupid. I wasn't too stupid, but I was pretty stupid. But yeah, I never liked crowds, but
Yeah, same. Rather chill at home with a few buds.
Yeah.
Watch a movie or
This has
something
been
with
fun.
whoever.
This has been a lot of fun, just even hanging out like this.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're down to a minute.
Yeah.
For oh, I guess everybody left except for us 3.
My dog's, it says 6 watching, so maybe there's 4.
Oh, well, I mean watching, yeah, but I'm in the Zoom.
Yeah. My dog's excited.
We're ready for those gunshots.
Yeah, the other dog doesn't get phased at all from fireworks and stuff, but this guy, he's a nervous Nelly. Yeah, I know.
Dog doesn't care too much. I mean, she gets a little scared. It's more the cat that freaks out.
Does anyone have an official countdown? It's got to be really close.
No, I still use the wall clocks for everything. And it's not quite accurate ever.
Yeah, I just have like the Echo devices. I don't know how accurate those are.
My Echo says it's
There it
11.
goes.
Yep.
Just
Happy-
hit midnight 2023 FU22. I always like those memes where people are like, if you watch this movie starting at exactly this time, they'll yell Happy New Year in the movie at midnight your time. It's just like the weirdest thing. Like people like, I'm like, why do you calculate this?
Right. What? Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
I can hear my fireworks going off.
Yeah, ours are delayed till tomorrow, so I'll hear them tomorrow, probably at midnight.
Oh yeah. People play fireworks over here regardless of holidays or anything. And it makes me want to strangle them, but
Oh yeah. No, we
what are you gonna do?
people do them for every holiday, but the worst is 4th of July. They'll do them on 4th of July, which I'm cool with. You know, I'll sit on the roof with a chair and watch. But then like people, I guess they'll go out and buy the discount like fireworks after the day. And for
Oh.
like the next month,
You're right.
you just randomly will hear fireworks during the day and at night just going off.
Yeah, it's true. Plus, you got the people doing it beforehand because they have a bunch of them. They don't want to wait. They're like, well, let's just
Yeah,
do
they're
a couple,
excited.
you know,
Yeah.
like the week leading up and the month after, and it's just fireworks nonstop.
So when we moved out here, we didn't notice it when we were buying the place, but after a while, we're like, there's shards of glass like all over our land property behind us. And so we'd spend, you know, usually like 20, 30 minutes at a time, get down and pick up a bunch. And I mean, we picked up a lot. And then I happened to be talking to one of my neighbors that I had met. I'm like, do you know, did these people did they throw the dishes in the air and shoot them with the shotgun or something? And he goes, no, I don't think so. And I think it was Simtex. Does that sound right? Is that an explosive? He's like, he used to
Syntax, yeah.
blow up shit all the time. He's like, my house would shake. And I'm like, oh,
Jeez.
okay. Yeah. I'm like, that does explain it. But I just don't understand. I'm like, I could understand if you did it in one spot and it was your thing, but it's in one spot. Okay. But this was like all over the place. Like, because it just sucks because there's glass everywhere. Like you have to watch, you know, don't go barefoot.
Yeah, that does suck.
That's kind of like with my yard. I don't know what it was, but I moved in and I went to go plant my garden for the first time behind the area. There's like a small area behind the shed. I was like, oh, this is a great spot for a garden. And I started digging, and within like an inch, I hit like something hard. I'm like, what the heck is this? It's like, is it a rock? So basically what it was there was a layer of bricks like put out almost like a patio, like they're trying to make a patio. So I remove all the bricks and I start digging, and then I hit wood, and there's a layer of wood. So I pull this wood. I'm like, is there a dead body under here?
Yeah.
And I start finding bones and metal and like just random stuff. Basically, they weren't human. They're like small bones. So I was like, I think they buried like their animals back here and then would cover them up with wood, cloth, and then a layer of bricks so something wouldn't dig at them or something. And I was just like, this is the weirdest thing ever. And I felt like I was like an archaeologist, like doing like an ancient grave. But it was like basically like a little pet cemetery, I guess they've had, because they've lived there for like 60 years. So I'm sure they went through a decent amount of animals. But it's just the weirdest thing.
Yeah, that would be, I wouldn't say freak me out, but it definitely would cause me some unease. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, no, when I first saw the bones, I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, these are not human. I was like, thank God. I was ready to call the police and be like, I don't know what happened here. I was just trying to plant some tomatoes.
Our dogs have shown up with a couple like horse skulls and what the hell they call it, femurs from cows and shit. I mean, really big, but like it looks kind of wild. But the dog will be running, and the bone is this enormous thing, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay.
Jeez. Yeah, it'd definitely be. You pause for a second, and you're like,
Right.
oh, human or animal?
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap it up.
Oh, there go the fireworks. I can hear some.
They soggy fireworks.
So they're probably somebody like in the neighborhood setting them off for fun.
Probably, yeah.
All right, guys. Happy New Year.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out,
Indeed.
everyone.
Yep. See you guys later.
Peace.